Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'm finally getting around to writing this. It's been eating at me for years. I've told a few close friends, but I've always held back the details. I guess part of me is afraid people will think I'm crazy or making it up, but I need to get this out there. Maybe someone can make sense of it. This happened back in 1993 when I was a corporal in the Brazilian Marines. We were doing our annual training exercise on Marambaia Island, a place most people have never heard of. It's off the coast of Rio State, pretty isolated, beautiful in that wild, untamed way, but with a weird vibe I can't really explain. The island has this history. It was a hideout for escaped slaves back in the day. The descendants, quilombolas, still live there, keeping to themselves mostly. Ricardo and I had been friends since basic. We weren't super close at first, but you know how it is in the military. You spend enough time with someone, you either end up hating them or becoming like brothers. Ricardo was that guy who could make friends with anyone. Charming, always telling jokes, but also restless. Always talking about getting out, making it big somehow. That summer was brutally hot. Our unit was there for a 3-week exercise, mostly survival training and tactical drills. Nothing special, same shit we did every year. The commanders always warned us to keep interactions with the locals minimal. There had been incidents in the past. Nothing violent, just tension. The quilombolas didn't exactly love having a bunch of military guys stomping around their home every year. About a week into the training, Ricardo and I had a rare afternoon off. We decided to hike to a small beach on the western side of the island to cool off. That's when we met him. I never knew his name. Ricardo talked to him more than I did. He was an older quilombola man, probably in his 60s, fishing off a little wooden dock. Ricardo, being Ricardo, struck up a conversation. I remember feeling uncomfortable, like we should leave the guy alone, but Ricardo was fascinated. He understood the local dialect better than I did. His grandmother was from a similar community. They talked for nearly an hour while I just sat on the beach, half listening. Later, when we were heading back to camp, Ricardo was buzzing with excitement. "You won't believe what that old man told me," he said, eyes wide. "There's a goddamn treasure hidden on this island." I laughed it off. "Sure there is, and I'm next in line for the presidency." But Ricardo wasn't joking. According to the old man, during the imperial era, some thieves had stolen a fortune in gold and precious gems from a wealthy family in Rio. They escaped by boat, but got caught in a storm and shipwrecked on Marambaia. They supposedly hid their loot in a cave system somewhere on the northeastern part of the island, planning to come back for it once things cooled down. But they never did. Either died in the storm or got caught by authorities, who knows? "The best part," Ricardo said, lowering his voice, "is that no one's ever found it. The old man says his people know where the cave is, but they don't go near it." "Why not?" I asked, already knowing there'd be some superstitious reason. "He says there's something in there, something that protects the treasure. Anyone who's gone looking for it never came back." I rolled my eyes. Classic ghost story to keep people away from a dangerous cave, probably just full of poisonous snakes or has unstable tunnels. Ricardo nodded, but I could see something in his eyes. A spark. He was already thinking about it. "We're not treasure hunters, we're Marines," I reminded him. "Besides, we're leaving in 2 weeks." Yeah, he said. But he was distracted the rest of the week. During breaks, he'd disappear, and I knew he was talking to the locals, trying to get more information. Our training ended, and we went back to our regular duties in Rio. I figured Ricardo had forgotten about the treasure. We didn't talk about it for months, but every now and then I'd catch him reading books about the history of the region or studying old maps of the island. It was becoming an obsession. When we got orders to return to Marambaya for another training session in May of '94, Ricardo was like a kid at Christmas. I knew right away what he was planning. The night before we deployed, we were having beers at a bar near the base. Ricardo leaned in close. "I figured out where the cave is," he whispered, pulling out a crude map he'd drawn. "One of the locals marked it for me. It's about a 4-hour hike from our usual camp. We get a day off on Sunday, right? That's when I'm going." I stared at him. "Are you serious? You're really buying into this treasure story? Think about it, man. What if it's real? We're making shit money here. This could be our ticket out. And what if it's not real? What if you just get lost in some cave and die? They don't exactly have cave rescue teams standing by on Marambaya." He brushed it off. "I won't get lost. I've got this." He pulled out a new flashlight and compass. "And I've got extra batteries, rope, the works. I've been planning this." I shook my head. "This is stupid, Ricardo. Really stupid." He looked disappointed. "So you're not coming?" "Hell no, and you shouldn't either." But I knew he would. Ricardo never could resist an adventure, especially one with a potential payoff. We arrived on the island on a Tuesday. The weather was miserable, unseasonably rainy and humid. The kind of weather where your clothes never really dry out. Ricardo spent every free moment talking to the locals, confirming details about the cave's location. I kept trying to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. Sunday came, our day off. Most of the guys were planning to sleep in or play cards. Ricardo woke up before dawn. I heard him packing his backpack. "Last chance," he whispered, nudging me. "Come with me." I was exhausted and in a bad mood from the constant rain. "You're an idiot if you go," I said. "But if you're determined to get yourself killed, at least tell me exactly where you're going." He showed me his map again and described the route. He planned to tell our commanding officer he was going fishing with some of the other guys. He'd be back by nightfall, he promised. "If I'm not back by morning, you can send out the search party," he joked. I didn't laugh. I watched him leave the tent, feeling uneasy. I should have stopped him somehow or gone with him. That's what haunts me most. I knew something was wrong, but I did nothing. The day dragged on. I played cards with the others, but my mind was on Ricardo. As afternoon turned to evening, I started to worry. The rain had picked up again, turning the ground into mud. By dinner time, there was still no sign of him. I asked around casually if anyone had seen him. No one had. I told myself he'd probably lost track of time, that he'd come strolling in any minute with that big grin of his, maybe even with a handful of gold coins to prove me wrong. By 10 p.m., I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I went to Lieutenant Ferreira and told him Ricardo had gone hiking and hadn't returned. I didn't mention the treasure, just said he wanted to explore some caves he'd heard about from the locals. Ferreira was furious, but he immediately organized a small search team. 4 of us went out with flashlights, calling Ricardo's name. The rain made it nearly impossible to see or hear anything. We searched until 2 a.m., before Ferreira called it off until daylight. None of us slept. At first light, Ferreira radioed for additional help and split us into 3 search teams. I led one, heading straight for the area Ricardo had marked on his map. The terrain was rough, dense jungle, slippery slopes, thorny vines that seemed to reach out and grab you. It took us nearly 5 hours to reach the general area where the cave was supposed to be. We found nothing that day, or the next. By the 3rd day, they'd brought in helicopters and local guides. The whole training exercise had been put on hold for the search. I felt sick with guilt. On the 4th day, one of the Quilombola guides finally located the cave entrance. It was hidden behind a cluster of rocks and vegetation, easy to miss if you didn't know what you were looking for. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. I volunteered immediately to go in, but Ferreira ordered me to stay back. He sent in 2 guys with caving experience instead. They emerged about an hour later, white-faced and silent, They found Ricardo about 50 meters in. He was dead. That's the official story anyway. What they told his family, that he got lost hiking, found a cave, went in without proper equipment, and either got disoriented in the darkness or was bitten by a snake. A tragic accident. But that's not the whole truth. I know because I snuck back to the cave that night. I had to see for myself. I had to know what happened to my friend. The cave entrance felt wrong. That's the only way I can describe it, like it was breathing. The air coming out was cold and had this smell. Not the usual damp, earthy cave smell, but something sickly sweet. I squeezed through the entrance, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The main tunnel ran straight for about 20 meters before branching off in different directions. The walls were smooth, almost polished in places, with strange markings that didn't look natural or man-made. I followed the markers the search team had left, leading to where they found Ricardo. But when I got there, something was different. The search team had described finding him lying face down near a small pool of water. But the spot was dry when I arrived, no pool, and there were markings on the ground, like something had been dragged away. I kept going, deeper into the cave. The tunnels twisted and branched, but somehow I knew which way to go. It was like something was pulling me forward. The air got thicker, harder to breathe. Then I found a chamber, larger than the others, with a high ceiling that my flashlight couldn't illuminate completely. In the center was a pile of something. I thought it was rocks at first. Then my light caught a glint of metal. Not gold, modern metal. Ricardo's compass, and next to it his backpack torn to shreds. That's when I heard it. A sound like wet stones sliding against each other, coming from the darkness beyond my flashlight's beam. I ran. I don't remember much of the journey out, just the blind panic, the feeling that something was right behind me, reaching for me. When I burst out of the cave entrance, I fell to my knees, gasping for air. The jungle around me was silent. No insects, no birds, nothing. I looked back at the cave entrance, and for a split second, I swear I saw something in there. Not a person, not an animal, just darkness that moved. I never told anyone what I saw. What would I say? That some kind of cave monster got Ricardo? That the local superstitions were true? They'd have thought I was crazy with grief or trying to cover up something worse. The official report said Ricardo died from a snake bite or possibly a fall in the dark. His body was recovered and sent home to his family. The Marines gave them some compensation money, and that was that. Case closed. But here's the thing that still keeps me up at night. When they brought Ricardo's body out of the cave, I caught a glimpse of it. His face. It didn't look like someone who died from a snake bite or a fall. His eyes were open, wide with terror, and his mouth was stretched in a silent scream. Whatever he saw in that cave, whatever he found, it wasn't treasure. I left the Marines 6 months later. Couldn't stand being around the others who just moved on like nothing happened. Sometimes I think about going back to Marambaya to try to understand what really happened. But then I remember the sound in the darkness and the way the cave seemed to breathe, and I know I never will. I don't know if the treasure was real. I don't know what lives in that cave. All I know is that it took my friend, and the official story is a lie. If you're ever on Marambaya Island, and some friendly local tells you about hidden treasure in a cave, walk away. Some things are better left unfound. Story 2. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night in April 2018. I was 23, just finished watching this amazing concert in Denver with some friends. We'd been partying pretty hard for a couple days, and I was definitely sleep-deprived and still coming down a bit when I decided to drive back through the Rockies that night instead of crashing at my buddy's place. Looking back, I shouldn't have been driving at all in that state, but I was young and stupid and thought I was invincible. I had this old Honda Civic that had gotten me through college. Nothing fancy, but reliable enough. The plan was to drive back to Grand Junction, where I was living at the time. It's about a 4-hour drive through the mountains, and I figured I'd just power through it. It was around 9 p.m. when I stopped at this gas station just outside of Denver. I needed to fill up, grab some energy drinks and snacks for the drive. The place was one of those highway gas stations that seem to exist in a time bubble. Flickering fluorescent lights, faded advertisements, that weird smell of old coffee and cleaning products. Only a couple other cars in the lot. I was pumping gas when I noticed her standing near the entrance, an elderly woman with this massive suitcase that looked almost comically large next to her small frame. She was wearing this dated blue coat that went down to her knees and a scarf wrapped around her neck despite it being April. Something about her immediately struck me as off, but I couldn't place what it was. When I went inside to pay, she approached me. "Excuse me, young man, are you heading west by any chance?" Her voice was raspy, like someone who'd smoked for decades. I told her I was heading to Grand Junction, and she immediately perked up. "Oh, that would be perfect. I'm trying to get to Glenwood Springs. My ride fell through and I've been stuck here for hours." All the warning bells were going off in my head. I wasn't raised to pick up hitchhikers, especially at night. Especially when I was already not in the best state to be driving, but then she mentioned her grandson was expecting her, and she had no way to contact him, and I don't know. I felt bad. "I can take you as far as Glenwood," I said, immediately regretting it. The relief on her face seemed genuine. "Oh, thank you. God bless you. Let me just grab my suitcase." I helped her with the suitcase. It was ridiculously heavy, and I wondered what the hell she was carrying in there. Felt like it was filled with rocks. I heaved it into my trunk, which was already cluttered with camping gear from a trip the previous weekend. We got in the car, and as soon as we pulled out of the gas station, I started feeling uneasy. There was something about her that just didn't add up. Under the overhead light of the car, I could see her face better. She had these deep-set eyes that darted around constantly, and her hands were fidgety in her lap. She introduced herself as Margaret and said she was on her way to Alaska eventually, to see her daughter. She was just stopping in Glenwood Springs to visit her grandson first. That's when the first inconsistency hit me. Earlier, she'd said her grandson was expecting her in Glenwood, but now it sounded more like a surprise visit. The first 30 minutes or so were filled with small talk. She asked about the concert, and I told her about it. She talked about her family, scattered across the country, and how she'd been traveling for weeks. Said she'd been mostly taking buses, but occasionally hitched rides when the bus routes didn't align. As we started climbing into the mountains, the snowfall began. Not heavy at first, just light flurries that danced in the headlights. The roads were still clear, but I slowed down anyway. My car wasn't great in snow, and the last thing I needed was to slide off the road in the middle of nowhere with a stranger. I'm a pretty regular weed smoker, and I had some joints in the center console. Feeling a bit on edge with this strange woman in my car, I figured smoking might help calm my nerves. "Do you mind if I smoke?" I asked her, figuring an old lady would say no and I'd have to wait. To my surprise, she chuckled. "Only if you're willing to share." I was shocked, but handed her the joint after lighting it. She took it with practiced ease and took a deep hit, holding it in her lungs in a way that told me this definitely wasn't her first time. As she exhaled, she reached into her purse. "I have some of my own, if you'd like to try it. Homegrown." That's when things started getting weird. She pulled out a small baggie with what looked like weed, but something about it seemed off in the dim light. The color wasn't right. It was too dark, almost black in some spots. "It tastes funny," she said, rolling it between her fingers. "But it does the trick." I politely declined, saying I preferred to stick with what I knew. The conversation turned to her travels, and she mentioned staying at homeless camps along the way. "You meet the most interesting people there," she said, her eyes fixed on the dark road ahead. "Some of them have the best crystal." I felt my body tense. Crystal, as in crystal meth. Who the hell was this person? I glanced over at her more carefully now, trying not to be obvious about it. Under the occasional passing streetlight, I could see that what I had taken for age lines were more like the weathered marks of hard living. Her teeth, which she bared in frequent, almost manic smiles, were in poor condition, and her hands were masculine, with thick fingers and prominent veins. A realization crept over me like ice water. This wasn't an elderly woman at all. This was a middle-aged person, possibly a man, dressed to appear as a harmless old lady. The taste-funny comment about the weed suddenly took on a more sinister meaning. Was this person trying to drug me? My heart was pounding now, but I tried to keep my voice steady as we continued talking. I needed to stay calm and figure out how to get through this. The snow was coming down harder, reducing visibility, and we were in one of the most remote stretches of I-70. "So where exactly in Glenwood Springs does your grandson live?" I asked, trying to sound casual while looking for inconsistencies in the story. "Oh, he moves around a lot," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "I'll just call him when we get closer." But earlier she'd said she had no way to contact him. Another red flag. The hitchhiker kept trying to direct the conversation in unsettling directions. "You're a handsome young man," she said at one point, her hand suddenly on my knee. "Very kind to help a stranger." I shifted uncomfortably, moving my leg away. "Just trying to do a good deed," I said, my voice higher than normal. "There's a rest stop coming up in about 10 miles, she mentioned, glancing at a highway sign we passed. "We should stop there. I need to use the bathroom, and you look like you could use a break." The thought of stopping in a deserted rest area in the mountains with this person made my stomach drop. "I'm good," I said. "I want to get through the pass before the snow gets worse." "But I really need to stop," she insisted, her tone hardening slightly. "It won't take long." I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Sorry, I really can't stop now. Safety first, you know, with the snow and all." She fell silent for a moment, and when I glanced over, she was staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "I could make it worth your while," she said, her voice dropping lower. "For being so kind, just pull over somewhere quiet." My mind was racing now. What the fuck had I gotten myself into? I was in the middle of the Rockies with a potential predator, in deteriorating weather conditions, and my phone had spotty reception at best. If something happened to me out here, it could be days before anyone found me. I decided to drive aggressively, speeding up despite the snow, taking curves faster than I should have. Part of me hoped a cop would pull me over. At least then I'd have a way out of this situation. But the roads were empty, except for the occasional semi-truck. My passenger noticed the change in my driving. "Why are you going so fast now? It's dangerous in this weather." "Just want to get over the pass," I said, trying to sound normal. "Don't want to get stuck if they close the road." The next hour was the most terrifying of my life. The hitchhiker alternated between uncomfortably personal questions about where I lived and worked, and increasingly direct suggestions about showing gratitude for the ride. Each time I deflected, pretending I didn't understand or changing the subject. At one point, the hitchhiker reached into that massive suitcase that was partially in the back seat and pulled out a thermos. "Would you like some coffee? I made it before I left." "No thanks," I said immediately. There was no way I was consuming anything this person offered me. "You don't trust me," the hitchhiker said, not as a question but as a statement, eyes narrowed. "Just not thirsty," I lied. The snow was coming down in sheets now, visibility reduced to just a few car lengths ahead. I was driving too fast for the conditions, but fear was overriding my caution. I just wanted to get to somewhere populated, somewhere with lights and people and safety. Finally, After what felt like an eternity, we crested the final mountain pass and began descending toward a town. The lights in the valley below looked like salvation. "I need to get gas," I announced as we approached the town, though my tank was still half full. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, a brightly lit oasis with several other cars parked around it. People, witnesses. I stopped the car near the pumps and turned to the hitchhiker. "Look, I'm really sorry, but I just remembered I have to be back in Denver tomorrow morning. I can't go all the way to Glenwood Springs. This is as far as I can take you." I was prepared for anger, for threats, for a scene. What I wasn't prepared for was the calm, knowing smile that spread across their face. "You're very smart, young man," was all they said, in a voice that had dropped any pretense of being elderly or female. I got out and went to the trunk, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in. I lifted out the massive suitcase and set it on the ground. The hitchhiker emerged from the passenger side and walked around to me. Standing there in the harsh fluorescent light of the gas station, without the shadows of the car to hide behind, there was no mistaking it. This was definitely a man, probably in his late 40s, wearing women's clothing and makeup. His wig was slightly askew now, revealing short-cropped hair underneath. He grabbed the handle of the suitcase. "Thank you for the ride," he said, still smiling that unnerving smile. "Be careful who you pick up next time." And with that, he wheeled the suitcase toward the gas station store, not looking back. I stood there for a moment, frozen in place, before jumping back in my car and locking the doors. I didn't even pretend to get gas. I just pulled out of the station and got back on the highway, heading east toward Denver, my hands shaking on the wheel. I drove straight through the night, stopping only when I was back in Denver. I crashed at my friend's place after all, though I didn't tell him what had happened. I couldn't sleep for days afterward, replaying every moment of that ride in my head, thinking about what could have happened. It's been 5 years now, and I've never picked up another hitchhiker. Sometimes I wonder what was really in that suitcase, or what would have happened if I'd stopped at that rest area. Other times I wonder if I overreacted, if this person was just odd and not actually dangerous. But then I remember those last words at the gas station. "Be careful who you pick up next time." It wasn't a friendly warning. It was a threat. And I'm just grateful I trusted my instincts enough to get out of that situation before finding out what it really meant. Story 3. I'm still shaking typing this out. It happened last week and I've been second-guessing myself every day since then. Was I overreacting? I don't think so. But I need to get this off my chest. I live in Pine Grove, this super tiny town where nothing ever happens. Like the most exciting thing is when someone gets a new mailbox. I just turned 17 last month, and I've been planning this road trip to visit my cousin in Lakewood for ages. My parents finally agreed to let me go alone, since it's only about 3 hours away, and I've been saving up for gas money from my summer job at the library. So last Tuesday morning, I woke up early to get a head start. My car's this old Honda Civic that used to be my mum's. It's nothing special, but it gets me around. Before hitting the highway, I stopped at Miller's gas station on the edge of town to fill up and grab some snacks for the drive. The place was dead quiet when I pulled in. It's this run-down place with those old-style pumps that make clicking sounds, and the convenience store part has this faded red awning with peeling paint. I decided to get snacks first before pumping gas. The bell above the door jingled when I walked in, but no one was at the counter. The fluorescent lights were flickering, making this annoying buzzing sound. I grabbed some chips, a Red Bull, and some sour gummies, my road trip weakness. When I approached the register, this guy appeared from the back room. The second I saw him, something felt off. He was massive, probably 6 feet tall and heavy set. His head was mostly bald on top with patchy, thinning hair, and he had this gross ginger beard that looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. The worst part was his eyes. They were this weird pale blue that seemed too light to be real, and they locked onto me immediately. His name tag just said Guy. Not a normal name like Mike or John, just Guy. "Morning," I said, trying to be polite while placing my stuff on the counter. He didn't scan anything at first, just kept staring at me. "Have we met before?" he asked, his voice weirdly soft for someone his size. "No, I don't think so," I answered, feeling uncomfortable already. "You sure? I never forget a face, especially one as pretty as yours." My stomach dropped. I hate when older men comment on my appearance. I'm 5'6", fairly average-looking with brown hair that I usually keep in a ponytail. Nothing special, but this dude was looking at me like I was a meal. "Just passing through," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Could you ring me up, please? I need to get back on the road." He started scanning my items super slowly, his eyes never leaving my face. "Where you headed, sweetheart? Girl like you shouldn't be traveling alone." I gave some vague answer about visiting family, not wanting to give him any real information. As he bagged my stuff, I noticed something falling from his head onto the counter. At first, I thought it was dandruff, but it was reddish, like bloody flakes. Some fell from his beard too, and I tried not to gag. When he handed me my change, his fingers lingered on my palm for way too long. His nails were yellow and cracked, with dirt caked underneath. I pulled my hand away and grabbed my stuff. "Drive safe now, lots of dangerous people out there," he said, with this weird smile that showed several missing teeth. The ones that remained were brown at the edges. I just nodded and hurried outside to the pump. My hands were shaking a little as I inserted my credit card and started filling up my tank. I kept glancing around, but the station was empty except for my car. Then it happened. I felt it before I heard anything, this hot, humid breath on the back of my neck. Someone was standing right behind me, so close I could feel body heat. Before I could turn around, I felt a pressure against my back. I spun around, the gas nozzle still in my hand, and found myself face to face with Guy. He must have followed me out without making a sound. He was standing way too close, invading every inch of my personal space. The smell coming off him was ungodly, like rotting meat, stale cigarettes, and something metallic. "You were talking about me," he said, his voice lower now, almost a growl. "In there, I heard you." "What? No, I wasn't. I didn't say anything about you," I stammered, gripping the gas nozzle tighter. My car was between us and the road, and there was no one else around. He smiled then, this horrible, unnatural smile that stretched way too wide across his face. Several teeth were missing, and the ones that remained were discolored. "You don't have to lie. I know what girls like you think of men like me." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried to step backward, but I was already against my car. "Here, let me do that for you," he said, grabbing the gas nozzle from my hand. His fingers were clammy and rough. "Pretty little thing, like you shouldn't be doing such manly things." I let him take it, not wanting to make him angry. He began filling my tank, standing between me and the pump, effectively blocking me from the store or the road. I started inching toward my driver's side door. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. "You know, I recognize your frame," he said, looking me up and down. "You were my sex slave in a past life." I froze. What the actual fuck? "I can always tell," he continued, his eyes glazed over like he was remembering something. "Some souls just keep finding each other. You remember too, don't you? That's why you came here today." I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up with fear. I managed to shake my head slightly. "Don't worry," he said, reaching out to touch my hair. I flinched away. "It'll all come back to you. We had fun, you and me. We can have fun again." The gas pump clicked, indicating my tank was full. He slowly removed the nozzle, his eyes never leaving mine. I needed to get out of there, now. I really need to go," I whispered, my voice barely working. "Where are we going?" he asked, like it was already decided that he was coming with me. Then he did something that still gives me nightmares. He walked around to the passenger side of my car and opened the door. "I get off in 5 minutes," he said. "I already told Jimmy I'm leaving early. Been waiting for you to come back for so long." Something snapped in me. Pure survival instinct took over. I yanked open my driver's side door, threw myself inside, and jammed the key in the ignition. Both doors were still open as I started the engine and slammed it into reverse. Guy was halfway into the passenger seat when I hit the gas. The car jerked backward violently and he lost his balance, falling out onto the concrete. I shifted to drive and floored it, tires squealing as I peeled out of the station. In my rearview mirror, I could see him getting to his feet, screaming something I couldn't hear over the roaring in my ears. I drove like a maniac, not caring about speed limits, both car doors swinging wildly. It wasn't until I was a few miles down the highway that I pulled over to shut them properly. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I locked all the doors and sat there trying to catch my breath. For the next hour, I kept checking my mirrors, convinced he was somehow following me. I ended up taking a bunch of random turns and back roads before finally getting back on the highway, just to make sure I wasn't being followed. I called my parents when I reached my cousin's place, but didn't tell them what happened. I was too embarrassed, too shocked, and honestly, I was afraid they'd never let me go anywhere alone again. I just said I arrived safely, and that the drive was fine. It's been a week now, and I haven't told anyone except you guys. I keep replaying it in my head. What if I hadn't gotten away? What if my car hadn't started? What if he'd grabbed me before I could get in? The thing that bothers me most is how normal everything seemed at first. It was just a regular gas station in my hometown, somewhere I'd been dozens of times before, but I'd never seen that man before. I asked around subtly when I got back, and nobody seems to know any employee at Miller's who matches his description. When my dad stopped there 2 days ago, he said there was just the regular old owner working, the same guy who's owned it for years. I don't know what to think. Maybe he was just passing through town too. Maybe he was on drugs. Maybe I misinterpreted everything. But deep down, I know what happened. I know what I saw, what I smelled, what I felt. I can't drive past Miller's anymore. I take the long way around town now. And I've started carrying pepper spray everywhere I go. I keep asking myself if I should report it to the police. But what would I say? That some creepy guy hit on me and tried to get in my car? That he had bloody dandruff and said I was his sex slave in a past life? They'd probably think I was making it up for attention. So I'm just trying to move on. But every night when I'm falling asleep, I remember the feeling of his breath on my neck. And I have to turn all the lights on and check all the locks again. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe at a gas station again, especially not when I'm alone. I guess the moral of my story is to trust your instincts. When something feels wrong, it probably is, and it's better to seem rude than to end up as a missing persons report. To this day, I still don't know who Guy really was, or if he actually worked at that gas station. All I know is that I never want to find out. Story 4. We were on this massive cross-country road trip last summer. Just me, 16, my mom, and my older sister Ellie, 19. Dad couldn't come because of work, so it was just us girls driving from Massachusetts to California to visit my aunt. Mom had planned this whole route with stops and everything, and honestly, the first week was amazing. We took tons of pictures, stayed in these cute little motels, and Ellie and I only fought like twice, which is a record for us. The night it happened, we were somewhere in Nevada. I remember because earlier that day we'd been joking about Area 51 and aliens, which feels really messed up now. We'd been driving for about 11 hours straight because Mom wanted to make up time after we spent an extra day in Colorado. It was late, probably around 11:30 p.m., and we were all exhausted. The interstate was completely empty. I mean, we hadn't seen another car for maybe 30 minutes. Just darkness and our headlights cutting through it. I was trying to stay awake to keep Mom company, but Ellie had passed out in the back seat with her headphones still on. We were running low on gas, and Mom kept saying we needed to find somewhere to stop soon. The gas light had been on for like 15 minutes, and I was secretly starting to worry we might get stranded. That's when we saw it, this faint glow of lights up ahead. Mom let out this relieved sigh and said something like, "Thank God, I was starting to think we'd have to sleep in the car tonight." As we got closer, I could make out a small gas station with one of those convenience stores attached to it. There was a sign, but I don't remember what it said, just that it wasn't a brand I recognized. The place looked old, but not abandoned. A few lights were on inside the store, and the gas pumps were lit up. What struck me as weird right away was that there were two other cars there, despite how isolated this place was. One was this beat-up white pickup truck parked near the store entrance, and the other was a small gray sedan at one of the pumps. Mom pulled up to the pump closest to the store. I remember checking the time on my phone, 11:47 p.m. I also noticed I had no cell service, which wasn't that unusual given where we were, but it added to this uneasy feeling I was starting to get. "I'm going to get some snacks and use the bathroom," Mom said. "Sophie, do you want to come in?" I was about to say yes, but something made me hesitate. I glanced at the grey car again, and that's when I noticed them. Two men standing next to it. They weren't doing anything, just standing there. One was leaning against the car and the other was standing by the pump, but neither of them was actually pumping gas or talking or anything. "I think I'll stay with Ellie," I told Mom, trying to sound casual. "She's still asleep." Mom looked at me funny but didn't argue. She woke Ellie up and asked if she needed to use the bathroom, which of course she did. They both got out and I watched them walk toward the store. The fluorescent lights outside made everything look washed out and strange. Once they were inside, I turned my attention back to the two men. Something about them was seriously off. They still hadn't moved. Like, not at all. They were just standing in the exact same positions, not talking to each other, not checking their phones, nothing. Who does that? I thought maybe they were mannequins at first, but that didn't make any sense. Then I noticed a third car pull up, an old blue SUV with what looked like a group of teenagers inside. 4 of them got out, laughing and talking. They seemed normal, which made me feel a little better. They went to one of the pumps and tried to use it, but something wasn't working. One of them, a guy in a red hoodie, looked over at the two men by the grey car like he was going to ask for help. But then he stopped. I watched his body language change completely. He said something to his friends, and they all looked over at the men too. Within seconds, they were all scrambling back into their SUV. They didn't even try another pump. They just left, tires squealing as they sped away. That's when I got really scared. I locked all the car doors and sank down in my seat a little. I kept my eyes on those men, though. I couldn't look away. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, one of them slowly turned his head toward me. Not his body, just his head, in this super unnatural way. I couldn't make out his features clearly from that distance, but something about his eyes made my stomach drop. I was about to call Mom when I saw her and Ellie coming out of the store. They were walking fast, too fast. Mom had her keys already out, and Ellie was right behind her, looking over her shoulder. Something had spooked them too. As they got closer to our car, both men turned their heads to look at them. Again, just their heads, while their bodies stayed perfectly still. It was like watching robots with broken motors. I unlocked the doors, and Mom and Ellie practically dove in. "Drive," Ellie said immediately. "Mom, just drive." Mom didn't question it. She started the car and pulled away without even getting gas. I turned around to look back at the men as we left, and they were both staring at our car. That's when I saw their eyes clearly in our taillights. They were completely black, not like dark brown, but empty black holes in their faces. No whites, no pupils, nothing human at all. "Did you see their eyes?" I whispered. "Yes," Mom said, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Don't look back again, Sophie." Ellie was shaking in the back seat. The people inside were weird too, she said. The cashier just stared at us the whole time without blinking, and there was this old woman in the corner who kept smiling at me, but wouldn't say anything when I said hello. The bathroom was wrong, Mom added, her voice tight. Everything looked normal, but the mirror, I couldn't see myself in it, just the wall behind me. We drove in silence for a while, all of us too freaked out to talk about what we'd just experienced. Mom didn't stop driving until we reached the next actual town, which was almost 2 hours away. By then, we were running on fumes, and she had no choice but to stop at a 24-hour gas station. This one was normal, a well-lit shell with other cars and people acting like regular human beings. We ended up getting a motel room in that town because none of us wanted to keep driving through the night. I didn't sleep at all. I just kept thinking about those men and their empty eyes. The next morning, we tried to make sense of what happened. Mum got out a paper map she had in the glove compartment, and we traced our route from the day before. The thing is, there shouldn't have been any rest stop where we stopped. According to the map, that stretch of interstate had no exits or services for over 200 miles. Maybe the map is outdated, Ellie suggested, but Mum shook her head. I bought this map for our trip. It's brand new. I checked Google Maps on my phone once we had service again. Nothing. No gas station, no rest stop, nothing but empty desert where we had definitely stopped the night before. We asked the motel manager about it, describing where we thought we'd been. He looked at us like we were crazy and said there hadn't been a gas station on that stretch of road for at least 30 years. The old one had burned down in the 80s and was never rebuilt. Before we left town, we even drove to the local police station, thinking maybe we should report what happened. But what exactly would we say? That we stopped at a ghost gas station with men with black eyes? That the place vanished afterward? We sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes before Mom finally decided against going in. They'll think we're making it up, she said. Or worse, that we're on drugs or something. On our way back home 2 weeks later, we deliberately took a different route. None of us wanted to drive that same interstate again, even in daylight. But curiosity got the better of me, and I convinced Mom to drive past where the gas station should have been, just to see. Broad daylight, middle of the afternoon. There was nothing there, just empty desert stretching for miles. We've tried to rationalize it since then. Maybe we were all so tired that we hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe we got confused about where we actually were that night. But 3 people don't share the exact same hallucination. And I know what I saw. I've done some research online since then, looking for similar experiences. There are stories about black-eyed people that sound kind of similar, but most of those encounters happen in cities or suburbs, not in the middle of nowhere. And none mention places that disappear afterward. The most disturbing part is that I've started having these dreams where I'm back at that gas station, but I'm alone. In the dreams, I go inside the store, and all the shelves are empty, except for rows and rows of glass jars. Inside each jar is a pair of human eyes, all staring at me, and somehow I know that the men outside are waiting for mine. Mom and Ellie want to forget about it. They say it's better not to dwell on things we can't explain. But I can't stop thinking about what would have happened if we'd stayed longer. What would have happened if I'd gone inside that store with them? What if we'd actually tried to pump gas? And most of all, I wonder if that place is still out there, appearing to other tired travelers in the middle of the night. If you're driving through Nevada on I-80 and you're running low on gas and you see a small unmarked station glowing in the distance with just a couple of cars parked outside, please, just keep driving. No matter how empty your tank is, keep driving and don't look at their eyes. Story 5. I still can't sleep well at night, even though it's been over 5 years. Whenever I hear a car slowing down outside my window, I freeze. I've moved twice since then, but I still check my locks 3 times before bed. I guess I should finally write this all down. Maybe it'll help. This happened in Meudon, a suburb just outside Paris where I grew up. It was summer 2018 and I was 19. I was obsessed with Pokemon Go that summer. My friends made fun of me because the game wasn't super popular anymore, but I didn't care. There was something peaceful about walking around at night when nobody was out, catching Pokemon and spinning Pokestops. I usually went out late because it was cooler then, and I've always been a night owl anyway. My parents worked early, so they were asleep by 10 p.m. most nights. I'd sneak out around 1 a.m. and walk around our neighborhood until 3 or so. I know that sounds stupid now, but our area was really safe, like people leave their cars unlocked safe. Nothing bad ever happened there. That night was completely normal at first. It was mid-July, really warm even at 2 a.m. I remember wearing shorts and a tank top, with my hair in a messy bun because it was so humid. I was on the phone with Sophie, my best friend who moved to Lyon for university. We were voice calling while I played, which was our routine. She'd keep me company while I walked around, and we'd catch up on life. "There's a Growlithe nearby," I remember telling her, staring at my screen. I was standing under this streetlight near a Pokestop at the corner of Rue de Vigne and Avenue Jean Jaurès. It's this intersection with old houses and a little green space with benches. I looked up from my phone to orient myself, and that's when I first saw him. There was this guy across the street, probably in his 30s, standing under a tree. It was dim, but the streetlight caught the metal of what he was holding. These big garden shears, the kind with long handles. There was a small pile of branches at his feet. I remember thinking it was weird but not scary at first, just like, that's odd timing for yard work. I told Sophie, "There's some guy doing gardening across the street." She immediately said, "At 2 a.m.? That's weird as fuck, Marie. Nobody does gardening in the middle of the night." I know, I said, but I wasn't really worried yet. I figured maybe he worked nights and this was his only free time or something. People do weird things, you know. But then I noticed he wasn't actually cutting anything. He was just standing there, staring at me. The branches at his feet looked like they'd been there a while. They weren't fresh cuts. Sophie was saying something about her new roommate, but I interrupted her. "He's just standing there watching me." "What? Who? The gardening guy?" she asked. "Yeah." I pretended to be super focused on my game, but I kept glancing up. "He's not even cutting anything. He's just standing there with these huge shears." "Marie, get out of there," Sophie said immediately. "That's creepy as hell." I remember saying, "Just let me catch this Growlithe first," which makes me want to punch my past self now. I was so stupid. I actually stood there for another minute or two, tapping on my screen while this guy watched me. When I looked up again, he wasn't where he had been standing. My heart rate picked up a bit, and I scanned the street. Then I spotted him. He'd moved behind this white van parked on his side of the street. He was peeking at me through the windows of the van, like he was trying to hide while watching me. "Sophie," I whispered into the phone. "He moved behind a van, and he's spying on me through the windows." "Marie, go home right now!" She practically screamed in my ear. Okay, I'm going." I started walking, but not super fast because I didn't want him to know I was scared. I kept my phone up like I was still playing. As I walked away, I glanced back and saw him move again, this time crossing to my side of the street and crouching behind some bushes in front of one of the houses. Then, when I looked back again, he had returned to his original spot with the pile of branches, pretending to be gardening again. That's when I really got scared. This wasn't random. He was deliberately watching me, hiding, moving around strategically. I picked up my pace a little. "Are you walking home?" Sophie asked. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is he still there?" "I think so, but I'm not looking back anymore." Sophie said, "You should check if he's following you. Make a turn you normally wouldn't take." So, at the next intersection, instead of turning right toward my house, I turned left. It was a longer route home, but it would confirm if he was actually following me or if I was being paranoid. I walked about half a block, and then Sophie said, "Look behind you now, but be casual about it, like you're just checking for cars to cross the street." I did what she said, pretending to look both ways like I was going to cross, and my stomach dropped. He was there, maybe 50 meters behind me, walking at the same pace I was, still holding those fucking shears. He wasn't even trying to hide it anymore. "He's following me," I said, my voice shaking. "He's just walking behind me now." "Run," Sophie said. "Run right now, Marie." I didn't full-on sprint, but I walked super fast, practically jogging. I took a few random turns, down streets I didn't normally go. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. My hands were sweaty around my phone. After a few minutes of this, I risked another look back. I couldn't see him anymore. "I think I lost him," I told Sophie, breathless. "Don't slow down," she said. "Get home and lock the door." I was close to my house now, maybe 3 minutes away. I felt relief washing over me. I was going to make it. I'd get home, lock everything, and be safe. As I turned onto my street, I finally allowed myself to breathe normally. Our house was just up ahead, a 2-story stone house with blue shutters, third from the corner. The streetlights were on, but most of the houses were dark. Everyone was asleep. And then I saw the car. It was a white Citroën, moving slowly along the street. Too slowly. It pulled up to the curb right in front of my house and stopped. "Sophie," I whispered, "there's a car in front of my house." "What kind of car?" "A white Citroën. It just stopped." "Is it someone who lives on your street?" "I don't think so. I don't recognize it." I was frozen on the sidewalk, maybe 20 meters from my front gate. The car just sat there, engine running. Then the driver's side window started rolling down. My blood turned to ice when I saw who was driving. It was him, the man with the hedge shears. He was sitting there looking right at me with those garden shears resting on his lap. He knew where I lived now. "It's him," I whispered to Sophie. "It's the man with the shears. He's in front of my house." "Oh my God," Sophie said. "Marie, is there anyone else on the street? Any lights on?" "No," I said. The street was completely deserted. "Call the police," she said. "I can't," I replied. "If I hang up to call them, I'll be alone with him." I was paralyzed with fear, standing there staring at this man who had stalked me all the way home. He didn't do anything, didn't get out, didn't call to me. He just sat there, watching me with this expression I can't even describe. Not angry or threatening, just intent, focused, like I was prey. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me on the sidewalk, him in his car. Maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like hours. Then he slowly raised the shears so I could see them clearly through the window. He didn't make any threatening gestures with them. He just showed them to me. That broke my trance. I ran the last few meters to my gate, fumbled with the latch, sprinted up the short path to our front door, and jammed my key in the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I almost couldn't turn it. The whole time I was expecting to hear a car door open, footsteps behind me, feel those shears on my neck, but I got inside, slammed the door shut and locked it. "I'm inside," I gasped to Sophie. "I'm inside." I ran through the house, turning on all the lights, then checked that all the windows and the back door were locked. I grabbed the biggest knife from the kitchen and sat with my back against the wall, where I could see both the front door and the stairs. "He's still out there," I told Sophie, peeking through the side of the curtains. The white car was still idling in front of our house. "I'm calling the police," Sophie said. "Don't hang up, I'll use my landline." While she called, I sat there clutching the knife, watching the car through a crack in the curtains. He stayed there for almost 15 minutes. Then, without any warning, he just drove off. The police came about 30 minutes later. They took a report, but they didn't seem very concerned. No crime had technically been committed. A man with garden shears wasn't illegal, they said. Following someone wasn't illegal unless threats were made. They promised to patrol the area more frequently for a few days. My parents were horrified when I told them what happened. My dad installed security cameras the next day, one at the front gate, one at the door, and one in the backyard. For weeks I didn't go outside alone, especially not at night. About a month later, we checked the security footage one morning and saw that the same white Citroën had driven past our house 3 times during the night, slowing down each time. We called the police again, showed them the footage. They took it more seriously this time, but nothing ever came of it. They never identified the man. I've never played Pokemon Go again. I don't go out alone at night anymore. I moved to a different suburb when I started university, and I never tell anyone my exact address until I've known them for a long time. The thing that still haunts me is that I don't know what he wanted. Was he planning to hurt me? Was it some sick game? Did he just want to scare me? And the worst question, did he ever find someone else to follow after me? Sometimes I still dream about those garden shears, the way the streetlight glinted off the metal, the sound of that car engine idling outside my house, the look in his eyes when he showed me the shears through the car window. I'll never know who he was or what he wanted, but I know how close I came to finding out. Story 6. I'm not very good at writing, but I need to tell this story. It's been 7 years now, and at 13, I still have nightmares about it. My therapist says writing it down might help, so here goes. I was 6 years old when it happened. We lived in Oak Ridge, a small town where everyone knew each other, or at least that's what my parents believed. Our house was at the edge of town, with a big front yard that had this huge oak tree. I used to play underneath it all the time, making little fairy houses out of sticks and leaves. That day started normal. It was warm for April. I remember because Mum let me wear my favorite butterfly t-shirt without a jacket. I was building a fairy village near our mailbox while Mum was in the kitchen. She could see me through the window, and she'd wave at me every few minutes. I felt safe. I always felt safe there. I was arranging pebbles in a circle when I heard someone call out to me. When I looked up, there was a man standing by the sidewalk. He wasn't scary looking. That's what I remember most. He was just normal. Blue jeans, a grey hoodie, and a baseball cap. He was smiling, but not in a way that seemed bad. "Hey there," he said. "I could really use some help. My puppy ran away and I can't find him anywhere." I stood up, brushing dirt from my hands. Mom always told me not to talk to strangers, but he looked worried, and I loved dogs. Plus, he wasn't trying to come into our yard. He was staying on the sidewalk. "What kind of puppy?" I asked, still keeping my distance. "He's a beagle, brown and white with the softest ears you've ever touched." He made a motion with his hands, showing how big the dog was. "His name is Buddy. I think he ran down this way. Have you seen him?" I shook my head. I definitely would have remembered seeing a puppy. "He likes kids," the man continued. "I bet if you helped me call for him, he'd come running." He looked around like he was really concerned. "I've got his favorite treats in my van. Maybe you could help me look. It'll just take a minute, and I really need to find him before he gets to the main road." I glanced back at our house. I could see Mom in the kitchen window. But then the phone rang and she turned away. I knew I should tell her first. But the man seemed so worried, and I thought I'd be back before she even noticed. "He's probably scared," the man said. "Poor little guy, probably thinks I left him behind." That was what convinced me. The thought of a scared puppy all alone made me want to help. "Okay," I said, "but just for a minute." The man's smile got wider. "My van's just down the street. I'll show you his picture so you know what he looks like." I followed him. That's the part that still makes me angry at myself. I followed him. 6-year-old me, who'd been told a million times about stranger danger, just walked away from my yard with someone I didn't know because he mentioned a puppy. His van was white and parked around the corner where our house wasn't visible anymore. There was something written on the side, but I was too young to read it properly. As we got closer, he put his hand on my shoulder. It felt heavy. "The picture's in the back," he said, sliding open the side door. I remember hesitating then, finally a warning bell going off in my head. Something didn't feel right. There were no seats in the back of the van, just some blankets and what looked like camping gear. "I should go tell my mum," I said, starting to back away. That's when everything changed. His face hardened, and he grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. "Get in the van," he whispered, and his voice wasn't friendly anymore. I tried to scream, but he clamped his other hand over my mouth and lifted me up like I weighed nothing. In seconds I was inside the van, the door slammed shut, and he was climbing into the driver's seat. "If you scream, I'll hurt you," he said, starting the engine. "If you're quiet and good, you'll get to see a real puppy later, I promise." I was crying, but trying not to make noise. The van started moving, and I watched my neighborhood disappear through the windows. I kept thinking Mum would realize I was gone and come find me, but the van kept driving and driving. There was no puppy. There never was. He drove for what felt like forever. I was too scared to speak or move from where he'd put me on the floor behind his seat. Eventually, we stopped at a gas station. I remember the bright lights outside as it was getting dark by then. "I need to get gas," he said, turning to look at me. His eyes were different now, cold and scary. "If you try anything, if you make any noise or try to get someone's attention, I'll hurt you. Do you understand?" I nodded, tears still running down my face. "Good girl. I'm going to lock you in. Stay down on the floor and don't move." When he left, I curled up into a ball and cried harder. I wanted my mum so badly. I was thirsty and my stomach hurt, but I was too afraid to move. Through the window, I could see the gas station lights and people walking around. Normal people, just feet away from me, and none of them knew I was there. He came back with a bag of chips and a bottle of water, tossing them at me before starting the van again. "Eat," he ordered. "We've got a long drive." I couldn't eat. My throat felt like it was closing up. He got mad when I didn't touch the food and turned the radio up really loud so no one could hear me crying. We drove through the night. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to bright daylight. The van wasn't moving anymore, and I didn't know where the man was. We were at another gas station, but bigger, with lots of trucks. Later, I learned it was a rest area almost 200 miles from my home. The door slid open suddenly, and he was there. "We need to use the bathroom," he said. He had a jacket in his hands. "Put this on and hold my hand. If you say anything to anyone, I'll find your mum and hurt her. Understand?" I nodded, terrified. "Call me Uncle Ray," he said, helping me put on the jacket that was way too big for me. "If anyone asks, you tell them we're going fishing with your dad. He's meeting us there." He held my hand too tight as we walked across the parking lot toward the building. My legs felt wobbly after being in the van so long. There were other people around. Families with kids, truck drivers, normal people getting coffee and using the restrooms. Inside, he led me toward the women's restroom. "Go in there and come right back out," he said, finally letting go of my hand. "I'll be right here watching the door, 5 minutes. I went inside, my heart beating so fast I thought I might throw up. There was a woman at the sink washing her hands. She had a little boy about my age standing next to her. They looked so normal, so safe. The woman glanced at me in the mirror and smiled. "Are you okay, sweetie?" she asked. I wanted to tell her. I wanted to scream for help. But I was thinking about what the man, Uncle Ray, had said about hurting my mum. I just stood there, frozen. She turned around, looking at me more carefully. "Where's your mum?" she asked, her voice gentler. That broke something in me. "He took me," I whispered, the words coming out before I could stop them. "He said he had a puppy, but there wasn't one, and he put me in his van, and I want my mom." It all came out in a rush, and I started crying again. The woman's eyes got really wide, and she immediately pulled me closer to her, away from the door. "Jason," she said to her little boy, her voice completely different now, "go get Daddy right now. Tell him to come to the women's bathroom. Run." The little boy looked confused but ran out. The woman knelt down in front of me, her hands on my shoulders. "What's your name, honey?" she asked. "Emma," I said between sobs. "Emma Reed from Oak Ridge." "Emma, listen to me. I'm going to help you. My husband is going to be here any second, and we're going to keep you safe. Is the man outside?" I nodded. "He said he'd hurt my mom if I told anyone." "He's not going to hurt anyone," she said firmly. "We won't let him." Just then, a big man rushed in, the woman's husband. "What's going on?" he asked, looking confused about being in the women's bathroom. "This little girl has been kidnapped," the woman said in a low voice. "Call 911 right now." Everything happened so fast after that. The husband called the police while the woman took me into a bathroom stall and locked it, just in case Uncle Ray came looking for me. We could hear the husband outside the stall, talking urgently on the phone, giving the police the rest area location. "They're on their way," he said after hanging up. "They said to stay put and not confront the guy. Is he out there?" The woman cracked the bathroom door open to look. "I don't see anyone suspicious." "He was wearing jeans and a grey hoodie," I said, "and a hat." But by the time the police arrived, which felt like forever but was probably only 10 minutes, he was gone. They searched the whole rest area, but his white van had disappeared. One of the officers said he must have seen the woman's husband come in and got suspicious. The police were really nice to me. A female officer sat with me in their car and gave me a teddy bear to hold while they called my parents. When they told me my mum and dad were on their way, I cried again, but from relief this time. It took hours for my parents to get there because they were so far away. I sat in the police station, drawing pictures with some crayons they gave me and telling different officers everything I could remember about the man and his van. They asked me so many questions, but they were all gentle about it. When my parents finally arrived, my mom ran through the police station and scooped me up, both of us crying and holding onto each other so tight. My dad was right behind her, his eyes red like he'd been crying too. My baby, Mom kept saying, rocking me back and forth. They took me home, but things weren't the same. I couldn't sleep alone anymore. The nightmares were too bad. I kept seeing his face, kept feeling his hand grabbing my arm. Mom put an air mattress on their bedroom floor, and I slept there for months. 2 weeks later, the police came to our house. They showed my parents a picture, and then carefully showed it to me. "Is this the man who took you?" they asked. It was him. Even with the different clothes, I recognized his eyes immediately and started shaking. Mom held me while I nodded. They told my parents they'd caught him at a motel in the next state. His real name was Raymond Peters, and he'd done bad things before. They said my description had helped them find him. Mum and Dad tried to shield me from the details, but I overheard enough to understand he'd hurt other kids before me. I had to talk to more people after that. Police officers, lawyers, people who said they were from the district attorney's office. I even had to go to court once, but they let me talk from a different room with just a camera, so I didn't have to see him again. School was hard when I went back. Some kids asked questions, and others just stared. Teachers treated me differently, always watching me, being extra nice in a way that made me feel weird. Mom wouldn't let me play in the front yard anymore. She drove me to and from school every day, even though it was just down the street. Our town changed too. The elementary school started having these special assemblies about stranger danger. Police officers came and talked to us about what to do if a stranger approached us. I sat through those assemblies feeling like everyone was looking at me, knowing it was because of what happened to me. It's been 7 years now. I'm in middle school, and most kids don't remember or don't know what happened to me back then. I've been in therapy since I was 6. It helps sometimes, but I still have nightmares. I still can't be alone in public places without panicking. I can't trust strangers, especially men. The hardest part is knowing how easily I was tricked. One mention of a puppy, and I went with him. Just like that. I was so stupid. My therapist says I wasn't stupid. I was 6, and he was a predator who knew exactly what to say to lure a child. She says the fact that I escaped, that I was brave enough to ask that woman for help despite his threats, shows how strong I am. I don't feel strong, I feel lucky. If that woman and her family hadn't been there, if they hadn't believed me, if the police hadn't found him, I know there are kids who weren't as lucky as me. Sometimes I still think I see him, even though I know he's in prison. A man in a baseball cap at the mall, someone with the same walk in a parking lot, and my heart stops for a second. Mom says that's normal, that it'll get better with time. I want to believe her, but it's been 7 years, and I still remember everything about that day. The smell of his van, the feeling of his hand over my mouth, the sound of his voice when he told me to call him Uncle Ray. I don't think those memories will ever completely go away. I guess I'm sharing this as a warning. What happened to me isn't just something you see on the news or in movies. It's real, and it can happen anywhere, even in small towns where people don't lock their doors. If my story helps even one kid stay safe or one parent be more vigilant, then maybe some good can come from the worst day of my life. Story 7. I still get chills every time I think about what happened that night in Millfield. It's been almost 7 months, but I can't shake the feeling that something was trying to take me. I've never written this down before, but maybe putting it out there will help me process it. I don't know. So I'm 17 and I work at the Shell station on Route 16, about 20 minutes from my grandma's farm where my dad and I live. My mom left when I was 12, and we moved in with Grandma after she had her stroke. Anyway, that night I was closing up, which I hate because it's always dead quiet after 9 p.m. in our town. Like you can hear crickets inside the store quiet. I finished my shift around 9:45, and the drive home was normal. Just me blasting music in my beat-up Toyota to stay awake after an 8-hour shift. Our property sits back from the road, with this long gravel driveway that cuts through what used to be a cornfield. The corn had been harvested about 2 weeks before, so it was just open, tilled dirt on both sides of the drive. When I first turned in, my headlights swept across the bottom of our driveway, and I noticed someone standing there. It was my dad, wearing his usual work clothes, flannel shirt, jeans, and those steel-toed boots he's had forever. He was just standing there, completely still, facing the road. And Cassie, our chocolate lab, was sitting right by his feet. I remember thinking it was weird because Dad is usually asleep in his recliner by 10. He works construction and gets up at like 5 a.m., so seeing him outside that late was unusual. But whatever, maybe Cassie needed to go out or something. As I got closer, I slowed down because he wasn't moving out of the way. The weird thing was, Cassie didn't react to my car at all. Normally, she goes crazy when I get home, running alongside my car and barking. But she just sat there perfectly still next to my dad. I pulled up maybe 30 feet away and stopped, keeping the headlights on them. That's when my dad, or what looked like my dad, moved behind our parked vehicles. We have Dad's truck and Grandma's old Buick parked on the side of the house. He just casually walked behind them like he was trying to get out of my headlights. I rolled down my window and called out, "Dad, what are you doing?" Nothing. No answer. I pulled forward and parked near the porch. When I got out, I couldn't see him anymore, but I assumed he was still behind the vehicles. "Dad!" I called again. "Why are you hiding?" Still nothing. I started walking over to the cars, and that's when I got this weird feeling in my stomach, like something was seriously wrong. I can't explain it, just this heavy dread that made me stop in my tracks. I took a few more steps and bent down to look under the vehicles. That's when I saw one of his boots. I recognized it instantly. Worn leather with that specific mark on the toe where he'd dropped a nail gun on it last summer. "I can see your boot," I said, trying to sound normal. "What are you doing?" The boot moved slowly, sliding out of view. That's when I started getting really freaked out. I mean, why was he playing this weird game? My dad isn't the type to mess around like that. Dad, seriously, you're being weird. I straightened up and called for Cassie. Cassie, come here, girl. I heard her before I saw her, her nails clicking on the gravel as she ran to me from behind the vehicles. When she reached me, she was whimpering and trembling like I've never seen before. She pressed herself against my leg so hard, I almost lost my balance. Her whole body was shaking, and she kept making these small, frightened noises. That's when I got really scared. Cassie is a happy, confident dog. I've never seen her act like that, not even during thunderstorms, which she hates. She was terrified. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I told whatever was out there, I'm going inside. And then I practically ran to the house, with Cassie glued to my side the whole way. I burst through the front door, already calling for my dad. Dad, Dad, there's someone outside pretending to be you. And there he was, sitting in his recliner in just his boxers and a white t-shirt, half asleep with the TV on. He jolted awake when I came in yelling. What the hell are you talking about? He asked, looking confused. I was breathing hard, trying to explain. There's someone outside who looks exactly like you. They were standing at the bottom of the driveway when I pulled in. They had Cassie with them, and then they hid behind the cars. Dad immediately got up, grabbed the spotlight from the kitchen drawer and his handgun from the gun safe in his bedroom. He was back in seconds, pulling on his boots. Stay here, he ordered, and then he went outside. I stood by the window, watching as he shined the spotlight around the yard, behind the vehicles and into the field. Cassie stayed with me, still pressed against my legs and whimpering. Dad was outside for maybe 10 minutes. When he came back in, his face was pale. He locked the door behind him and checked all the windows. I heard someone running away when I first went out, he said, but I couldn't see anyone. The field is wide open. There's nowhere to hide. He ran his hand through his hair, something he does when he's nervous. Are you sure it looked like me? Positive, I said. Same clothes you wore to work today. Same boots. It was you, Dad. He just shook his head, looking as confused as I felt. Then he glanced down at Cassie, who was still huddled against me. And you saw Cassie with whatever it was? Yeah, she was sitting right next to it at the bottom of the driveway. That's when my dad's expression changed from confused to genuinely afraid. Jason, Cassie's been inside with me all night. She was sleeping on the floor next to my chair when you came in. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. I looked down at Cassie, who was still trembling against my leg, and then back at my dad. That's impossible. I saw her outside. I saw her run to me from behind the cars. Dad shook his head again. She never left my side tonight. I let her out to pee around 8, and she's been inside ever since. We both looked at Cassie. She was still acting strange, clingy and nervous. Then what did I see? I whispered. Dad didn't answer. He just double-checked the locks and then grabbed his phone to call Sheriff Mills. While he was explaining what happened, I sat on the couch trying to make sense of it all. How could I have seen something that looked exactly like my dad and our dog when they were both inside the house? What was out there? The sheriff and a deputy came out about 30 minutes later. They searched the property but found nothing. No footprints in the soft dirt of the field, no signs anyone had been there. Sheriff Mills suggested it might have been some local kid playing a prank, but his explanation felt hollow. How could anyone look so exactly like my dad? And what about the dog I saw? They left after about an hour, promising to drive by during the night to keep an eye on things. Dad and I stayed up late, neither of us wanting to go to sleep. We finally went to bed around 2 a.m., but I don't think either of us actually slept. The next day, Dad installed security cameras and motion sensor lights all around the property. We haven't seen anything strange since then, but I still can't shake the feeling that something was trying to lure me away that night. I've done some research since then. There are stories about creatures or entities that can take on the appearance of loved ones to lure people away. Doppelgangers, skinwalkers, fleshgates, different cultures have different names for them, but they all share that same basic pattern. They mimic someone you trust to get you to follow them somewhere. I keep thinking about what would have happened if I had approached that thing thinking it was my dad. Where would it have led me? What would it have done? The thought makes me sick to my stomach. The strangest part might be how Cassie reacted. She recognized that whatever was out there wasn't my dad, even though it looked just like him. Animals sense things we can't, I guess. Dad and I don't talk about it much anymore. When we do, he tries to rationalize it. Maybe it was the weird lighting, maybe I was tired after work, maybe it was just some elaborate prank, but I can tell he doesn't believe that any more than I do. We got a new security system installed last month. Sometimes I catch Dad staring out the window into the darkness, watching for something. Cassie's back to normal now, but she doesn't like going out after dark anymore. Neither do I, honestly. I still work at the gas station, but I switch to morning shifts. I don't want to drive home in the dark anymore. When I do have to, I don't stop if I see anyone standing at the bottom of our driveway. I don't care if it looks like my dad or the sheriff or Jesus himself. I drive straight to the house, lock the doors, and check that everyone who should be inside is actually there. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think about that boot sliding out of sight under the car. So deliberate, so human, and I wonder what would have happened if I'd bent down to look closer. I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for another chance to pretend to be someone I trust. And I wonder if next time I'll be able to tell the difference. Story 8. I've never told many people about this. It's not something that comes up in normal conversation, and honestly, who would believe me anyway? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. For as long as I can remember, I've had these feelings. Premonitions, I guess you could call them. They come out of nowhere and hit me like a wave of dread that I can't explain or shake off. The first time it happened, I was only 6 years old. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, my heart racing, this overwhelming sense of something wrong flooding through me. I felt sick to my stomach, cold all over even though it was summer. I started crying uncontrollably. My parents rushed into my room, but I couldn't explain what was happening. I just knew something terrible was about to happen. 3 days later, my mom miscarried. She was only 2 months along, and they hadn't even told me she was pregnant yet. But somehow I knew we were losing someone. My parents chalked it up to me being a sensitive kid who'd picked up on subtle cues. Maybe my mom had been more tired. Maybe I'd overheard them talking. They explained it away, and I tried to forget about it. Then it happened again when I was 8. The same feeling woke me from a dead sleep. That horrible coldness, the knot in my stomach, the certainty that something was slipping away from us. This time, I ran to my parents' bedroom and begged my mom to go to the doctor. I was hysterical, saying the baby was in trouble. My mom was shocked. She'd only found out she was pregnant the week before and hadn't told anyone yet. My dad looked at me like I was some kind of alien. The next day, my mom started spotting. 2 days after that, she lost the baby. After that, my parents started looking at me differently. They didn't say anything directly, but I could feel their unease. Who wants a kid who somehow senses death before it happens? When my mom got pregnant again when I was 10, I was terrified, both of losing another sibling and of having another episode. For months, everything was fine. I started to believe maybe the other times had been coincidences after all. Then came April 5th. I was sitting in math class when it hit me. A wave of coldness so intense I gasped out loud. My teacher asked if I was okay, but I couldn't respond. It felt like someone had dumped ice water down my spine. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, unable to shake the sensation that something was circling us, waiting to strike. That night, I had a dream so vivid it still haunts me. My mom was in a hospital bed, sobbing uncontrollably, her hands clutching her stomach. There was blood on the sheets. I could hear a flatline beep somewhere in the background. I woke up drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably. I didn't tell my parents about the feeling or the dream. What was the point? There was nothing they could do, and I didn't want to scare them. Maybe I was wrong this time. I hoped desperately that I was wrong. 2 days passed. The feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. I was staying at my boyfriend Logan's apartment that evening. We'd been dating for a few months, and his roommates were out of town, so we were watching movies and eating pizza. Around 8:30 p.m., the dread suddenly intensified. It was like someone had cranked up the volume on my anxiety from a 7 to a 15. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't sit still. "I need to go to the hospital," I blurted out. Logan looked at me like I was crazy. "Are you sick? What's wrong?" "Not for me, my mom. Something's happening with my mom." I was already grabbing my jacket, searching for my keys. "Sarah, what are you talking about? Did she call you?" "No, I know, okay? I need to go. Now." Logan, bless him, didn't argue further. He just grabbed his keys and said he'd drive me. The nearest hospital was Millbrook Memorial, about 10 minutes away. The whole ride there, I was bouncing my leg, biting my nails, fighting back tears. Logan kept glancing at me with concern, but he didn't push for an explanation. When we got to the hospital, I ran to the reception desk, out of breath and probably looking completely unhinged. "My mom, Jennifer Myers, is she here? Has she been admitted?" I asked the woman at the desk. She typed something into her computer and shook her head. "I don't see anyone by that name. Are you expecting her to be brought in?" I stammered, feeling suddenly foolish. What was I doing? Running to a hospital based on a feeling? Then I heard the emergency doors whoosh open behind me. EMTs rushed in with a gurney. And on that gurney was my mom. Her face was pale, almost grey. There was an oxygen mask over her face. One of the EMTs was pressing on her stomach, and I could see blood on the sheets under her. 27-week pregnant female, severe preeclampsia progressing to eclampsia, BP 190-110, significant vaginal bleeding started en route. One of them was saying to the doctor who'd run up to meet them. I stood there frozen as they wheeled her past me. She didn't see me. Her eyes were closed. I heard one of them say something about emergency C-section and fetal distress before they disappeared through the double doors. The receptionist was staring at me, her mouth slightly open. That's your mother. How did you know?" I couldn't answer her. Logan put his arm around me as my knees went weak. We spent the next 3 hours in the waiting room. My dad arrived shortly after, having been called by the EMTs. He was shocked to see me there. "Sarah, how did you—" "I just knew," I whispered. He didn't ask anything else. Maybe he remembered the other times. The baby didn't make it. A boy. They tried everything, but he was too small, too early. My mom survived, but barely. She needed 2 blood transfusions and spent 3 days in the ICU. When I finally got to see her, she looked at me with tired, hollow eyes and said, "You knew, didn't you? Like before?" I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "How?" she asked. "I don't know," I admitted. "I just feel it. I can't explain it." We never really talked about it again after that. It became this unspoken thing in our family. Sarah sometimes just knows things. It's easier not to question it too deeply. I went to college hoping to leave whatever this gift was behind. For a while, it seemed to work. I made new friends, including my roommate Emma, who quickly became my best friend. She was brilliant, funny, but struggled with severe depression. We'd stay up late talking about everything and nothing, and she trusted me enough to open up about her darkest thoughts. During our sophomore year, I went on a school retreat to a camp outside Columbus. It was supposed to be a weekend of team-building activities and nature walks. The first night, I had another dream. Emma was sitting on the edge of a bridge, her legs dangling over the side. She was talking to me, but her voice sounded distant, like she was speaking through water. "I'm sorry," she was saying. "I just can't do it anymore. Tell my parents it wasn't their fault, okay? Tell them I tried." In the dream, I was running toward her, but the faster I ran, the farther away she seemed. Then she smiled at me, this peaceful, resigned smile, and pushed herself off the edge. I woke up gasping, my entire body ice cold despite the blankets piled on top of me. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:17 a.m. Without hesitating, I grabbed my phone and called Emma. No answer. I tried again, straight to voicemail. Panic rising in my throat, I sent her a text. "Emma, I don't know what you're doing right now, but please call me. Life is precious, and whatever you're feeling right now won't last forever. Please, please call me back." I sat up in bed, clutching my phone, willing it to ring. 5 minutes passed. 10. I was about to wake up my roommate and tell her we needed to call campus security when my phone lit up with Emma's name. "Hello," I answered immediately. I heard sobbing on the other end. "How did you know?" Emma's voice was barely a whisper. "Know what?" My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "I'm at Westridge Bridge," she said between sobs. "I was going to drive off it. I was sitting in my car, working up the courage. Then your text came through." Westridge Bridge, a notorious suicide spot about 20 minutes from campus. It was exactly like my dream, except I'd caught her before she'd gotten out of the car. "Stay there," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Don't move. I'm going to call someone to come get you." "How did you know?" she asked again. "I just did," I said. "I'm going to hang up and call campus security, but I'll call you right back, okay? Promise me you won't do anything." "I promise," she whispered. I made the calls. Campus security contacted the local police, who found Emma still in her car at the bridge. They took her to the hospital, where she was admitted to the psychiatric unit for evaluation. When I finally got back to campus and visited her, she looked at me with red-rimmed eyes and said, "You saved my life. If your text hadn't come through exactly when it did..." I've never told Emma about my premonitions. I just said I had a bad feeling and was worried about her, but she knows there's more to it. Sometimes she gives me this look like she's trying to figure me out. The truth is, I can't figure myself out either. I don't know why I have these feelings or dreams. I don't know how I know when something terrible is about to happen. I just do. It's not like I can see the future all the time. It only happens with major events, usually involving people I'm close to. And it's not always death. With Emma, it was about saving a life. I've researched everything from ESP to genetic memory, from quantum entanglement to plain old coincidence. Nothing quite explains it. I've thought about seeing a neurologist, wondering if it's some kind of temporal lobe anomaly, but I'm afraid of what they might find, or worse, that they'll find nothing at all and think I'm making it up. So I live with it. This strange ability that terrifies me, but has also saved my best friend's life. I guess if I have to have some weird sixth sense, at least it's one that can occasionally do some good. But I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, my body ice cold, wondering what awful thing I'm sensing now, and who it's going to happen to. And I wait, dreading the moment when I'll find out what my brain somehow already knows. Story 9. I still can't wrap my head around what happened to me 5 years ago. I've never told anyone besides my sister about this, because honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. It was summer 2016, and I was on my dream backpacking trip through South America. I'd saved for 2 years to make it happen, working overtime at a call center job I hated in Montreal just to escape the Canadian winter. By July, I was staying at this tiny hostel in Florianopolis, Brazil. Basically a house converted into rooms with bunk beds. The Wi-Fi was terrible, which was actually nice because I was forced to disconnect. Before I left Canada, there had been this huge case about a little girl who went missing in Montreal. Her face was everywhere, billboards, Facebook, the metro stations. I remember her name was Sophie Tremblay, just 10 years old with these big brown eyes and a pink hairband in all the photos. She disappeared walking home from her friend's house, only 3 blocks away. It was all anyone talked about for weeks before my trip. I followed it like everyone else, but once I left for Brazil, I was completely cut off from any updates. The night it happened, I'd spent the day hiking and swimming at this secluded beach. I was exhausted in that good way, you know. I crashed into my bunk around 10 p.m. while my roommates were still out partying. The hostel was eerily quiet, just the ceiling fan clicking above me and some distant street noise. I fell into this deep sleep almost immediately. Then the dream started. It felt different right away. Not like my usual random dreams, but vivid, like I was actually there. In the dream, I was back home in Montreal, specifically at my mum's house in Rosemont. It was dusk, that weird time when the streetlights haven't turned on yet, but it's getting dark. I was inside the house, looking through the kitchen window at my mum's blue Nissan parked in the driveway. I felt this pull toward the car. Not like curiosity, but like I had to go to it. In the dream, I walked outside. I remember the concrete was still warm from the day's heat against my bare feet. I approached the car from behind and could see through the rear window that something was on the back seat, covered with my mum's old red fleece blanket, the one with the hole where my cat clawed it years ago. My hand reached for the door handle. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct was screaming not to, but my body wasn't listening. The door made that familiar squeaky sound. My mum never got around to fixing it, and I pulled back the blanket. It was her, Sophie, the missing girl. She was lying there wearing the same clothes from the photos, jeans and that purple t-shirt with a unicorn on it. For a split second, I felt this rush of relief because she looked peaceful, like she was sleeping. Her eyes were closed, her hands folded over her stomach. I said, "Sophie, I need to call for help." I remember fumbling for my phone in my pocket. That's when her eyes opened, but they weren't right. They were cloudy, like fogged-up glass. She tilted her head at an impossible angle and said in this flat voice, "There's no need for help anymore." I knew then. I just knew she was dead, even though she was talking to me. I couldn't move as I watched her face begin to change. The skin around her eyes darkened like deep bruises forming in fast forward. Her lips pulled back, not like a smile, but like her skin was shrinking. I could see her teeth, too many teeth. Her cheeks sunk in. It wasn't decomposition exactly. It was like watching someone age decades in seconds. My lungs felt frozen. I tried to scream but couldn't. She reached for my arm with fingers that were too long, too stiff. That's when I woke up gasping like I'd been underwater. My t-shirt was soaked through with sweat. My heart was pounding so hard it actually hurt. I sat up and hit my head on the upper bunk, which is probably the only reason I fully woke up instead of slipping back into the nightmare. I checked the time, 3:17 a.m. The hostel was still quiet except for someone snoring in the bunk across from me. I couldn't shake the image of Sophie's face. It felt so real, not like a dream at all, but like a memory. I needed to distract myself, so even though the Wi-Fi sucked, I grabbed my phone to scroll through Facebook, just to look at something normal, you know? Just to ground myself back in reality. I waited forever for Facebook to load. When it finally did, the very first post in my feed was from Journal de Montréal. The thumbnail showed police tape around a wooded area. The headline was in French. Corps retrouvé dans le parc Maisonneuve, possiblement celui de Sophie Tremblay. They'd found a body in Maisonneuve Park, likely Sophie's. The article was posted just hours before. According to the timestamp, they'd discovered her body around 1 a.m. Montreal time, which would have been right before my dream. I dropped my phone. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even pick it up again for several minutes. When I finally did, I read the article 3 times, looking for details, trying to convince myself it was just a horrible coincidence. The article didn't say much, just that a body believed to be Sophie's had been found in a wooded area of the park, which is less than a kilometer from my mum's house. They hadn't confirmed the identity yet, but the clothing description matched what she was wearing when she disappeared. What messed me up even more was realizing that Parc Maisonneuve backs onto the exact street where my mum lives. The spot where they found her was barely a 5-minute walk from my mum's driveway, the same driveway from my dream. I couldn't go back to sleep. I sat on the hostel's balcony until sunrise, chain-smoking cigarettes I bummed from the front desk guy, trying to make sense of it. How could I have known? I'd been completely disconnected from news back home, and even if I'd somehow seen an update, how could I have dreamed about her right when they were finding her body halfway across the world? The next day I was a zombie. I skipped the group tour I'd paid for and just sat in a cafe with reliable Wi-Fi, refreshing news sites. By afternoon, they'd confirmed it was Sophie. She'd been dead for several weeks. They didn't release the cause of death, but reading between the lines, it wasn't an accident. What still haunts me is that in all the updated photos they shared, she was wearing exactly what I saw in my dream, the purple unicorn shirt. That detail hadn't been in any of the missing person reports I'd seen before leaving Montreal. I almost booked a flight home that day. I was that shaken. But what would I even say? Hey, I had a psychic dream about a murdered child. Instead, I called my sister, the only person I knew wouldn't think I was making it up. As soon as I started telling her, she got really quiet. When I finished, she told me something she'd never shared before. 3 years earlier, she had a dream about our neighbor, this 19-year-old guy named Mark who lived across the hall. In her dream, she saw him lying on a stretcher with a white sheet pulled up to his chest, clearly dead. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. 3 days later, Mark committed suicide. The timing matched. She had the dream the night it happened, before anyone found him. We've never been a spiritual family. We don't talk about psychic abilities or anything like that. But my sister told me that our grandmother used to predict things too. Deaths, accidents, even small things like unexpected visitors. Our mum always dismissed it as coincidence, or our grandmother making things up after the fact. I've tried telling myself that I must have seen something online about the search focusing on Parc Maisonneuve. Maybe I scrolled past a headline without consciously registering it. Maybe my brain just connected dots I wasn't aware of. But I still can't explain the timing, or how I knew exactly what she was wearing. For months after, I'd wake up at 3:17 a.m. almost every night, panicked like my body was remembering. I'd immediately check my phone, half expecting to discover something else horrible had happened. I finished my trip but rushed through it. I wasn't present anymore, constantly checking news from home, afraid of what else I might see in my dreams. When I got back to Montreal, I couldn't drive past my mum's house for months without remembering that dream. I avoided Parc Maisonneuve completely. The thing is, I never had another dream like that one, not in the 5 years since. Just that single moment of connection with something I can't explain. Sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened, that I'm remembering it wrong, that I did see something about the search area before my dream. But then I remember her face in the dream, how it changed, and the exact words she said to me, "There's no need for help anymore." And I know, deep down, that something impossible happened that night in Brazil. Something that connected me to a little girl I never met, at the exact moment she was found. I don't know why it was me. I don't know what it means. All I know is that sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still feel afraid to let go, afraid of who might be waiting for me there and what messages they might have. So Sutane, Story 10. Munustam, I never wanted this weird ability or whatever you want to call it. I don't tell many people about it because honestly, who would believe me? I don't even fully believe it myself sometimes. But what happened last month with Tyler's dog has been eating away at me, and I need to get it out somewhere. Some background. I've been dating Tyler for almost 2 years now. He lives in this nice suburban neighborhood in Oak Ridge with his mom and his black lab, Sadie. Sadie was the sweetest dog, about 4 years old, super energetic, always bringing Tyler her tennis ball or jumping up to lick his face when he got home. Tyler absolutely adored her, had her since she was a puppy. Anyway, it was a Tuesday afternoon, and I had the day off from my job at the pharmacy. Tyler was at work, but his mum said I could hang out at their place until he got home around 6. It was a beautiful spring day, so I decided to chill in their backyard on this wooden porch swing they have. I remember it was around 3:30. The sun was hitting the yard just right, and I was just swinging gently, scrolling through my phone. Sadie had been running around the yard, but then suddenly she just stopped what she was doing and slowly walked over to me. And when I say slowly, I mean slowly, not her usual bouncy, happy trot. She came right up to me and sat directly in front of my legs, which was weird because she never did that. She was forcing me to stop swinging. I remember laughing a little and saying, "What's up, girl?" But she just stared at me with these eyes that I still can't get out of my head. That's when it hit me, this overwhelming feeling that washed over me like ice water. I can't fully explain it, but I just knew she was going to die. Soon. And the craziest part? It felt like she knew it too. Her eyes looked so aware, sad, scared, confused. It wasn't like she was in pain or anything. She looked physically fine, but something in her eyes just screamed that she knew something was ending. She was looking at me like she was seeking something. Comfort, maybe. Understanding, I don't know. My heart started racing and I felt slightly dizzy. This had happened to me before with people, but never with an animal. 3 times in my life, I've had this exact feeling when looking at someone. My grandmother when I was 12, she died a week later. A regular customer at my first job, heart attack the next day. And my high school history teacher, car accident that weekend. I've never told anyone about these experiences because they sound insane, even to me. But this was different. This was happening right in front of me with this completely healthy young dog. I stopped swinging completely and slid down onto the ground next to her. I wrapped my arms around her neck and she didn't move away or try to play like she normally would. She just leaned into me. I started petting her, running my fingers through her soft black fur, scratching behind her ears the way she liked. I remember whispering to her, which feels stupid to admit, but it felt necessary in the moment. I told her she was a good girl, the best dog, that everything would be okay, that Tyler loved her so much, that I loved her, that she shouldn't be afraid. We sat like that for maybe 15 minutes. I was crying a little, which I tried to hide in her fur. Eventually she seemed to relax. She licked my hand once, stood up, and walked away. Just like that, she went back to being a normal dog, picked up her tennis ball and dropped it a few feet away, wagging her tail like nothing had happened. When Tyler got home, I was still shaken. I didn't know what to say to him. How do you tell someone their perfectly healthy dog is about to die without sounding completely insane? So I just suggested we take Sadie for an extra long walk, and later I encouraged him to let her sleep in his room, which his mum usually didn't allow. I made up some excuse about her seeming a little anxious. I didn't sleep well that night, kept checking my phone, half expecting a call. The next day, around 2 p.m., Tyler called me. I knew before I even answered. I could feel it. He was crying so hard I could barely understand him. His mom had been backing out of the garage that morning and didn't see Sadie behind the car. The injuries were bad, really bad. They rushed her to the emergency vet, but there was internal bleeding and her spine was damaged. They made the decision to put her down to end her suffering. I drove over immediately. Tyler was devastated, completely broken. I held him while he cried, but the whole time my mind was racing with what had happened the day before. How had Sadie known? How had I known? What freaks me out the most is that Sadie seemed prepared. Unlike my grandmother or that customer or my teacher who had no idea what was coming, Sadie seemed to sense her own death approaching. She sought comfort. She wanted connection in her final hours. It's been a month now. Tyler is slowly healing, talking about maybe getting another dog someday. But I can't stop thinking about those moments on the swing, about the look in her eyes, about the connection between life and death that I glimpsed for just a moment. The rational part of my brain says it was a coincidence, that I'm finding meaning where there isn't any. But the other part of me knows what I felt, what I saw in her eyes. I don't know what this ability is or why I have it. It's not like I can predict every death or anything, just these random moments of clarity that come out of nowhere. And I never know what to do with the information. Should I warn people? Would they even believe me? Would it just cause unnecessary pain or give them a chance to say goodbye? With Sadie, at least I feel like I was able to provide some comfort. That maybe she came to me because she sensed I would understand. That in those moments, as weird as it sounds, we had some kind of connection across that barrier between life and death. I haven't told Tyler about any of this. I probably never will. How could I explain that his dog came to say goodbye to me? That I knew she was going to die and didn't tell him? Sometimes I wonder if animals are more in tune with these things than humans are. If they can sense when their time is coming in a way that we've lost touch with. Maybe that's why Sadie seemed so aware, while the people I've had these experiences with had no idea. I still think about her eyes, how they changed after I sat with her, from fearful to peaceful. I hope I helped her somehow. I hope she wasn't afraid at the end. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know why these experiences happened to me. All I know is that on a sunny Tuesday afternoon, in a suburban backyard, a black lab showed me something about life and death that I'll never be able to explain, and I'm forever changed by it. I keep watching Tyler's new puppy. He got one sooner than expected, dreading the day I might look in her eyes and see that same knowledge, the same awareness. I don't know if I can go through that again. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Am I completely losing my mind? I just needed to tell someone who might understand, because I'm carrying this around, and it's getting heavy. Story 11. I never told anyone the full story before. My parents know bits and pieces, and my friend Talia knows more than most, but I've never laid it all out from start to finish. I guess part of me is still afraid people will think I'm crazy or making it up. But I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else out there has experienced something similar. I was 6 years old when it happened. First grade in Westlake, Ohio. I was that weird kid. The one who didn't know how to talk to other kids, who said the wrong things at the wrong times, who couldn't look people in the eye. Back then, nobody used terms like high-functioning Asperger's for kids like me, at least not in our school. I was just the weird kid who got bullied. School was hell. The other kids would mock the way I walked, the way I talked, how I'd get super fixated on drawing the same things over and over. Even some teachers seemed annoyed by me. Mrs. Keller would roll her eyes whenever I asked questions, and once I heard her tell another teacher I was exhausting. When you're 6, you're not supposed to understand that kind of stuff, but I did. I understood everything. Recess was the worst part of my day. While other kids ran around playing tag or kickball, I'd beg to stay inside. Most days I'd hide in the library corner reading books about space or dinosaurs, or I'd sit at my desk drawing. I had these drawing notebooks I carried everywhere, 5 of them, each dedicated to different things. One for animals, one for spaceships, one for monsters. You get the idea. The day it happened was a Tuesday in October. I remember because we had art class that morning, and Tuesdays were my favorite because of it. I'd left my drawing books in my locker and went to get them during the 5-minute break before recess. The hallway was crowded with kids running around, shouting, pushing. I tried to make myself small, pressed against the wall of lockers, moving slowly to avoid attention. I had just grabbed my books when I heard laughing behind me. It was Kyle and his friends, 5th graders who seemed to make it their mission to torment younger kids. Before I could close my locker, I felt this violent push from behind. Someone else had been shoved into me. My head slammed against the metal edge of the locker and everything went black. What happened next changed my life forever. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in the school hallway anymore. I was standing beside the most beautiful lake I'd ever seen. The water was crystal blue, almost unnatural looking, and there was a wooden pier stretching out into it. The sun was bright, making the water sparkle. I could feel the warmth on my skin, smell sunscreen, and that distinct lake water smell. I didn't feel scared or confused. It felt normal, like I was supposed to be there. That's what was so strange about it. I just accepted that one second I was at school and the next I was at this lake. I noticed a man and a young boy on a jet ski in the distance. They were coming toward the pier, and as they got closer, I realized I recognized the boy. He was in my class, though we'd never spoken. He was laughing, his arms wrapped around the man's waist as they bounced over the water. As they approached the pier, I suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over me. Something bad was about to happen. I wanted to shout, to warn them, but I couldn't make a sound. Then I saw it. A larger boat appeared from around a bend, heading straight for them. The man on the jet ski saw it too late. He made a sharp turn to avoid collision, and when he did, the boy, who wasn't holding on tight enough, went flying off. It happened so fast. The boy's small body sailed through the air and hit the corner of the wooden pier. His head connected at an angle that made his neck bend in a way necks aren't supposed to bend. I heard the crack. God, that sound. Like a thick branch snapping. His body went limp instantly and he slipped into the water. I heard screaming, the man from the jet ski, people on the boat, a woman running down the pier. Then everything went black again. When I came to, I was lying on the cold hallway floor of my elementary school. My drawings were scattered everywhere. My head hurt where it had hit the locker. A few kids were standing around me, but most had just continued on their way to recess. No one had gone for help. "Are you okay?" I looked up to see a boy kneeling beside me, picking up my drawings. It was him, the same boy from my vision, the one I'd just watched die. He was alive, right in front of me, carefully stacking my notebooks. "You hit your head pretty hard," he said, handing me my books. "Kyle pushed me into you. He's such a jerk." I couldn't speak. I just stared at him, trying to process what had happened. Had I dreamed the whole lake scene? It had felt so real. "I'm AJ," he said, extending his hand like a little adult. "I like your drawings." I hesitated, then shook his hand. "I'm Drew. Your dinosaurs are awesome, way better than the ones I draw." Something about the way he said it, not making fun of me like the other kids would have, made me feel safe. Before I could think about it, I blurted out, "Do you want to be friends?" I expected him to laugh or back away. That's what usually happened when I tried to talk to other kids, but AJ just smiled. "Sure, want to sit together at lunch?" That was the beginning of my first real friendship. AJ and I became inseparable. He was everything I wasn't, outgoing, athletic, popular, but for some reason he chose to hang out with me. He'd share his lunch when I forgot mine, let me borrow his comics, and most importantly, he stood up to the bullies. When Kyle tried to mess with me, AJ would step between us. "Leave him alone," he'd say. "He's my friend." First grade turned into second, then third. My vision by the lake faded to a strange, half-remembered dream. AJ helped me break out of my shell bit by bit. I started talking more in class, even raising my hand sometimes. I still preferred drawing to playing at recess, but now AJ would sit with me, and sometimes other kids would join us. It was winter break of 3rd grade when everything fell apart. We came back to school in January, and AJ couldn't stop talking about his upcoming trip to Florida. "We're going for my birthday," he told me, practically bouncing in his seat. "My uncle has a house right on a lake, and he's got jet skis and a boat and everything. My dad said I can ride the jet ski with him." My stomach dropped. Something about what he said triggered a memory of my vision, but I pushed it away. Kids talk about jet skis all the time, right? It didn't mean anything. "When I get back," AJ continued, "I'm having a birthday party. You're definitely invited. It's going to be at the arcade." I remember smiling so wide my face hurt. No one had ever invited me to a birthday party before. The next day was AJ's last day before his trip. "See you in 2 weeks, he called as he ran to his mom's car after school. "Don't forget about my party. It's February 12th. I waved goodbye, watching until his car disappeared around the corner. I never saw him again. When AJ didn't come back to school after 2 weeks, I figured he was sick. When he missed another week, I started to worry. I asked my teacher where AJ was, but she just gave me a sad look and said he wouldn't be coming back for a while. I didn't understand what that meant. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. No one would tell me anything. The other kids seemed to forget about AJ. His desk was given to a new student. It was like he'd never existed. Then came summer break. I was helping my mom sort through the mail one day when I saw an envelope with our address in unfamiliar handwriting. Mom quickly took it from the pile, but I noticed the return address had AJ's last name. That night, after my parents thought I was asleep, I snuck downstairs and found the letter in my mom's desk. I don't know what I expected, maybe an explanation of where AJ had gone, or why he hadn't invited me to his birthday party after all. What I read destroyed me. It was a letter from AJ's parents, thanking my mom for the condolence card she'd sent. AJ had died in Florida, on his birthday, in a jet ski accident. He'd been thrown from the back of his dad's jet ski when they had to swerve to avoid a boat. He'd hit his head on a pier and broken his neck instantly, just like in my vision. I dropped the letter and ran back to my room, where I threw up into my trash can. It couldn't be real, but it was. Everything I had seen that day in the hallway had come true, exactly as I'd seen it. The lake, the jet ski, the boat, the pier, the sound of AJ's neck breaking. I could have warned him. I could have told him not to go on that jet ski. I could have saved him. But I'd forgotten about the vision, dismissed it as a weird dream or a concussion hallucination. My best friend, my only friend, was dead because I didn't understand what was happening to me. I didn't make another friend for 4 years after that. I couldn't. Every time someone tried to get close to me, I'd push them away. What if I saw something bad happening to them too? What if I failed to save another person? It wasn't until high school that I finally opened up to someone again. A girl named Talia who sat next to me in chemistry. She found out about AJ somehow and asked me about him. I broke down and told her everything, expecting her to think I was crazy. Instead, she just held my hand and said, "Drew, you were 6 years old. Even if you'd remembered your vision and told someone, what adult would have listened? What could you possibly have done?" It took me years to accept that she was right. I was just a kid. No one would have believed me. AJ's parents wouldn't have canceled their vacation because some weird kid had a bad feeling about jet skis. I'm 23 now. I still think about AJ every day. I wonder what he'd be like now, what kind of person he would have become. I wonder if we'd still be friends. The premonitions never stopped. I've had dozens over the years, some big, some small. I've gotten better at recognizing them for what they are. But they're never as clear as that first one. Just flashes, feelings, snippets of conversation I'll hear again, days or weeks later. Sometimes I try to act on them, to change things. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I've never experienced anything as devastating as seeing my best friend's death before it happened and being powerless to stop it. I don't know why this happens to me. I don't know if it's a gift or a curse. All I know is that somewhere out there, in a parallel universe or an alternate timeline, there might be a version of me who remembered his vision in time, who saved AJ's life. I hope that Drew is happier than I am. Story 12. I've been sitting on this experience for over 4 years now. I've told a few close friends, but I've never written it all out before. Even now, my hands are shaking a bit as I type this. I'm not sure why I feel compelled to share it now, but maybe putting it all down will help me make sense of what happened. It was December 2018, and I was visiting Halifax, Nova Scotia with my Portuguese girlfriend, Maria. We were staying with some of her university friends in a small house near Dalhousie University. It was freezing cold, typical Canadian winter, and the snow was piled up everywhere. I'm British, so I'm used to cold weather, but Canadian cold is a whole different beast. The night before everything changed, we were hanging out in the living room. Maria, myself, and 3 of her friends, Laura, Daniel, and Hannah. We'd had a few beers, and somehow the conversation drifted to psychics and fortune tellers. Hannah mentioned she'd gone to someone local who was apparently really good, not one of those fairground types who tell everyone the same vague predictions. She knew things about me that nobody could possibly know, Hannah insisted, like specific stuff about my childhood that I'd never told anyone. I remember feeling a weird chill when she said this, but I played it cool. That's interesting, I said, because I've actually booked to see a psychic tomorrow. Maria turned to me, completely surprised. You what? You never told me that. That was the first weird thing. I hadn't told anyone about it. Laura had suggested it a few days earlier when we were alone, and I'd agreed on a whim. I'm not even sure why. I've never been particularly interested in that sort of thing, but Laura had said this woman was special, that she wasn't a psychic exactly, more of a spirit guide. Hannah got really excited when I mentioned it. Is it Julie, the one near the harbour? Laura nodded, and Hannah started telling us about dragonflies. Apparently they were significant to Julie in some way. Since I saw her, I've been seeing dragonflies everywhere. It's like they're following me. We laughed it off and moved on to other topics, but something about the conversation stuck with me as I went to bed that night. The next day, Laura drove me to Julie's house. Maria decided not to come. She's Catholic and a bit skeptical about these things. Julie lived in a modest bungalow on a quiet street. Nothing about the place screamed psychic business. No neon signs, no crystal balls in the window, just a regular home. Julie herself was a woman in her 50s, completely ordinary looking. She welcomed us in, and Laura left to run some errands, saying she'd pick me up in an hour. Julie led me to a small room at the back of the house. There was a table with 2 chairs, a few candles, and that was about it. No tarot cards, no crystal ball, none of the props I'd expected. I don't need to know anything about you, she said as we sat down. The spirits will tell me what I need to know. I nodded, feeling a bit silly but going along with it. She closed her eyes for maybe 30 seconds, and then it started. She began speaking rapidly, almost without taking a breath. I couldn't get a word in, not that I wanted to. From the moment she started, I was frozen. You have 4 spirits protecting you, she said. One is an older gentleman, a grandfather figure. One is a young man, a friend who passed suddenly. There's a woman who loves you very much and a small child. I felt the hairs stand up on my arms. My grandfather had died when I was 12. My friend Tom had died in a motorcycle accident 3 years ago. The woman could have been my grandmother, but the child, I couldn't place who that might be. There's going to be a change in transportation soon, she continued. Plans will fall through, but don't worry, you'll get where you need to go. I remember thinking this was pretty vague, but I nodded anyway. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. Syria, she said, looking confused herself. I'm getting something about Syria. Does that mean anything to you? I shook my head. As far as I knew, I had no connection to Syria whatsoever. A necklace, she said next. Someone is upset about a lost necklace. It was a gift from someone who's passed. Again, this meant nothing to me. She kept going, shifting topics rapidly. Someone calls you comrade. It's a joke between you. Something to do with games or playing soldiers. My mouth went dry. Tom had called me comrade. We'd run an online military gaming community together for years. It was our inside joke, because I was always playing as Russian forces. You're worried about money, she continued. A big opportunity is coming, but it won't work out. Don't worry, though. You'll be okay through what's coming. She went on like this for nearly an hour, jumping from topic to topic. Some things made immediate sense, some were completely baffling. Near the end, she paused and looked at me intently. You have questions about your relationship, she said. I can't tell you what to do, but know that everything happens as it should. I hadn't mentioned Maria to her at all, and I definitely hadn't mentioned that we'd been having some problems. When the session ended, I felt drained. Laura picked me up, and I was quiet on the drive back. I couldn't process what had happened. Some of it had been spot on, eerily accurate. Other parts seemed like complete nonsense. When we got back to the house, the first thing I noticed was Maria looking stressed, talking on the phone in Portuguese. When she hung up, she looked upset. What's wrong? I asked. The rental car company just called. They've had to cancel our reservation for tomorrow because of the snow forecast. Now we need to figure out how to get to Cape Breton. I felt a chill run down my spine. A change in transportation, Julie had said just hours earlier. We ended up taking a series of buses the next day. The first one broke down on a snowy highway, and we had to wait 2 hours for a replacement. But we made it to our destination eventually, exactly as Julie had predicted. That night, as Maria and I were getting ready for bed in our hotel room, I decided to tell her about some of Julie's predictions, including the baffling mention of Syria. Maria dropped the hairbrush she was holding. What did you just say? Julie mentioned Syria. I told her it didn't mean anything to me. Maria sat down on the bed, her face pale. James, my brother was in the Portuguese Air Force. He was captured and beheaded by ISIS in Syria 4 years ago. I've never told you that. I don't talk about it with anyone. I felt sick. There was no way Julie could have known this. No way I could have known this. She also mentioned something about a lost necklace, I said, my voice shaking slightly. Maria looked up sharply. My aunt's necklace, the one I told you about last week? A few days before the session, Maria had told me about a necklace her aunt had given her before she died. Maria had lost it during a move a year ago and was still upset about it. Over the next few days, more of Julie's predictions started making sense. The money issue. I was in negotiations for a potentially lucrative work contract. It fell through 3 months later, just before COVID hit and decimated my industry. But I had enough savings to weather the storm, exactly as she'd said. The relationship questions. Maria and I broke up 6 months later, after 5 years together. It was painful, but amicable. I now understand what Julie meant about everything happening as it should. But the weirdest thing was the dragonflies. After Hannah mentioned them the night before my reading, I started seeing them everywhere. In art, on signs, in magazines. In the dead of winter in Canada, obviously there weren't real dragonflies around, but images of them seemed to follow me. After I returned to the UK, the premonitions didn't stop. In January 2020, I had a vivid dream about a plane crash in Iran. I told a few friends about it. 3 days later, Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was shot down over Tehran. Later that year, when my sister was pregnant, I had a strong feeling she would have a girl, despite our family having only had boys for 3 generations. When my niece was born in October 2020, it confirmed yet another inexplicable premonition. I've tried to rationalize what happened with Julie. Maybe Laura had told her about me beforehand. Maybe I'm making connections where there are none. But there's no way she could have known about Maria's brother in Syria. There's no way she could have known Tom called me comrade. There's no way she could have predicted the transportation issues, the failed contract, or the eventual breakup. I've never been back to see Julie, partly because I live across the ocean, but mostly because I'm afraid of what else she might tell me. I don't think I want to know. I used to be a hardcore skeptic. I believe people who claim to have psychic experiences were either lying or deluding themselves. Now, I don't know what to believe. I just know that something happened in that little room in Halifax that I can't explain, and it's changed how I see the world. Sometimes I still see dragonflies. They appeared all over my social media feeds for months afterward. One even landed on my window last summer, the first real one I'd seen since that trip. It stayed there for nearly an hour, its wings catching the sunlight. I don't know if Julie really communicated with spirits. I don't know if I've developed some kind of sensitivity to premonitions. All I know is that something happened that day that defies logical explanation, and I've never been the same since. I still have dreams sometimes, vivid, detailed dreams that feel like more than dreams. I've learned to pay attention to them. A few have come true in ways that can't be coincidence. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But it happened. And writing it down now, 4 years later, the memories are still as clear as if it had been yesterday. That day in Halifax changed everything I thought I knew about reality. And the strangest part? Sometimes I swear I can feel them. Those 4 spirits Julie said were protecting me, especially when things get really tough. It's like there's a presence, a warmth that wasn't there before. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe Julie was just exceptionally good at cold reading. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real, and nothing will ever convince me otherwise. Story 13. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. My hands are shaking. Even though it's been months since we closed that cursed restaurant, I still feel like something is watching me. I just need to get this off my chest before it eats me alive. Last year, my business partner Miguel and I decided to franchise a popular chicken restaurant chain in Mérida, Mexico. We were so excited. I had savings, Miguel had restaurant experience, and the franchise seemed like a perfect opportunity. The franchise rep showed us 2 locations, one in a newer shopping center on the north side and another in the historic downtown on 60th Street. From the moment I walked into that downtown location, something felt wrong. The building was at least 100 years old, with those thick limestone walls typical of colonial Yucatan architecture. While Miguel talked excitedly about foot traffic and tourist potential, I couldn't shake this heaviness pressing down on me. It felt like walking through mud, and there was this faint smell I couldn't place. Not exactly rot, but something ancient and unpleasant. The franchise rep kept pushing us to take both locations. Downtown Mérida is gold, she insisted. These spots rarely open up. Against my better judgment, I agreed. We signed contracts for both locations in March 2023, and that's when the nightmare began. The north location progressed normally. Contractors came when scheduled, permits were approved, equipment arrived on time. But downtown? It was like trying to build in quicksand. The first contractor ghosted us after giving an estimate. The second doubled his price halfway through. City permits got lost repeatedly, with officials citing the building's historic status as a complication. The strange thing was, no one else seemed to notice what I felt. When I was alone in that space, waiting for yet another inspector or contractor who wouldn't show, I swear I could hear whispering. Not clear words, just murmurs that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Several times I spun around, certain someone had entered, only to find myself alone. By May, 2 months in, we'd spent nearly twice our budget on the downtown location with almost nothing to show for it. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. in cold sweats, calculations running through my head. We were hemorrhaging money, and I couldn't understand why everything was going wrong. One particularly bad day in late May, after a contractor had quit mid-job claiming the building made him uncomfortable, I sat alone on the dusty floor of what should have been our dining area. I put my head in my hands and just sobbed from frustration. That's when I felt it for the first time, like someone was laughing at me, not hearing laughter but feeling it, a cruel amusement at my suffering that seemed to pulse through the room. I ran out into the street, gulping fresh air, probably looking like a complete lunatic to passers-by. That night, I mentioned the feeling to my neighbor Claudia, who's into spiritual stuff. She nodded knowingly and said, "That building is in the oldest part of the city. The Maya built Merida on top of their ancient city of Tiho. There are layers upon layers there." Desperate, I visited a woman who sold magical items in the market, something I would have laughed at 6 months earlier. She sold me a protection bracelet made of red string and 7 knots. "It blocks negative energies," she said. I wore it constantly. Claudia offered to do what she called an angelic consultation. She claimed to communicate with angels who could reveal what was wrong with the space. During her session, she went into a trance-like state and then told me something that chilled me. There are guardians of that space. They've been there for centuries. You need to ask their permission. That night, I had the most vivid dream. I was standing in our half-finished restaurant, but the floor was transparent. Beneath it stretched vast catacombs filled with ancient stones and bones. Shadowy figures moved between them, occasionally looking up at me with eyes that glowed like embers. They weren't exactly threatening, but they weren't friendly either. They seemed annoyed, like I was an intruder who disrupted their eternal watch. I woke up drenched in sweat. The next morning, Claudia gave me instructions for a cleansing ritual to perform at home. That's when things really escalated. I started noticing strange phenomena in my apartment, shadows darting across walls, cold spots in rooms, despite the Merida heat. One evening, I was watering my plants when I saw something that still haunts me. In the soil of my large palm plant, a face seemed to form, not human, more like a grotesque mask with a mocking smile. I blinked and it was gone, but I couldn't bring myself to water that plant again. When I performed Claudia's cleansing ritual with white candles and copal incense, the protection bracelet on my wrist grew hot, not enough to burn, but unnaturally warm. As the copal smoke filled my living room, I distinctly saw a shadow move against the natural flow of the smoke, shooting upward like a fleeing creature. Somehow, despite everything, we managed to open both locations by late July. The north location immediately did well, but downtown, it was cursed from day one. Food spoiled unnaturally quickly. Equipment malfunctioned constantly. The POS system would glitch and delete orders. Employees would quit without notice, often saying the place gave them bad feelings. My sleep deteriorated completely. When I did sleep, I had nightmares about snakes crawling out of the restaurant walls. Twice, while closing alone, I heard a woman's voice calling my name, but distorted, as if speaking underwater. The financial drain was unbelievable. Despite being in a prime location, we had days where barely any customers came in. Those who did often complained. Food was cold, orders were wrong, the chicken tasted off, despite using identical ingredients and processes as our successful north location. Then came the theft. We caught an employee stealing money in September. In October, another was giving free food to friends. By November, inventory was disappearing at an alarming rate, and our best manager quit suddenly, claiming he felt watched in the restaurant. Miguel thought I was losing my mind when I suggested supernatural forces were at work. "It's just a difficult location," he'd say. Downtown businesses are always harder, but he wasn't there at closing time when the lights would flicker for no reason or when the freezer door would swing open despite being properly latched. December was my breaking point. I was working the downtown location alone one evening, trying to reconcile accounts that never seemed to balance, when all the lights went out. Not a power outage, just our building. I used my phone flashlight to find the circuit breaker. As I passed the bathroom, I heard soft crying coming from inside. Thinking a customer might be locked in, I pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty, but the crying continued, seeming to come from the walls themselves. Then the faucet turned on by itself, full blast. I ran out, not even bothering to close up properly. I called Miguel from my car, shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone, and told him I couldn't go back there. We limped through January, with Miguel handling the downtown location. By February, we were forced to admit defeat and close it, eating the cost of breaking our lease. The North location continued to thrive, which only reinforced my belief that something about that specific downtown building was wrong. The night after we officially closed downtown, I had another vivid dream. I was back in the empty restaurant, but it was filled with entities, not exactly human-shaped, more like black scribbles where their heads should be, with glowing red flame-like eyes. They moved around the space as if celebrating our departure. A woman was there too, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, possibly from the colonial era. She kept pointing at the floor, urging me to look. When I did, I saw strange symbols that looked like interconnected tubes or pipes glowing beneath the tiles. "They were here first," she said in the dream. "You built on their gateway without permission." I woke up with an overwhelming urge to draw what I'd seen. The symbols made no sense to me, but they felt significant somehow. I showed them to Claudia, who turned pale and refused to discuss them further. Even after closing the restaurant, the harassment continued. Mysteriously, my apartment became infested with mice, something that had never happened in the 3 years I'd lived there. A former employee suddenly claimed I'd fired her because she was pregnant, completely untrue, and threatened legal action. For months, issues related to the closed location kept appearing, like the universe wouldn't let me sever the connection. The financial impact was devastating. I lost nearly all my savings. Miguel and I barely speak now. He blames me for being superstitious and insisting we close what he saw as just a struggling business. But I know what I experienced. It took until June of this year for the last of the downtown restaurant issues to finally resolve. The day the last payment cleared, and I had no more legal ties to that cursed building, the red string bracelet I'd worn for over a year simply fell off my wrist, all 7 knots somehow undone simultaneously. I believe now that there are layers to our world that most of us never see. I think I accidentally made some kind of deal with entities I didn't understand, entities that guard ancient spaces beneath Merida's colonial streets. I went in arrogantly, thinking only about profit and location, never considering that some places might not want our modern intrusions. The North location still operates successfully. Miguel runs it now. I've stepped away from the business entirely. Some nights I still wake up feeling watched, but it's fading. The only protection that seems to work is connecting to what I can only describe as the light of the universe, through meditation, through nature, through kindness. I drove past that downtown building last week. There's a "For Rent" sign in the window again. Part of me wants to warn whoever considers it next, but who would believe me? Who would believe that beneath the picturesque streets of Merida's historic district, something ancient waits, guarding thresholds we weren't meant to cross? Story 14. I still can't sleep with my door open. It's been 7 years since we moved out of that house in Oakwood Ridge, but some habits stick with you when they're born from pure terror. My therapist says writing this down might help, but I'm not convinced anything will make me forget what happened in that room. I was 14 when my parents announced we were moving. Dad got a promotion, and suddenly we could afford one of those fancy new houses they were building in Oakwood Ridge. If you've never heard of it, it used to be nothing but rice fields and old farmland until some developer bought it all up and started putting in these cookie-cutter neighborhoods. The day we moved in was actually exciting. After sharing a room with my little sister Emma for my entire life, I was finally getting my own space, my own walls to decorate, my own closet, my own window. God, that window! I wish they'd never put in that damn window. The first night started normal enough. We were all exhausted from moving boxes all day. Mum ordered pizza because the kitchen was still a disaster of half-unpacked dishes and utensils. Dad was already making plans for the backyard, talking about building a deck next spring. Emma was annoying as usual, stealing the last slice of pepperoni, even though she knew it was my favorite. I remember being so happy crawling into my new bed that night. My cat, Milo, was exploring every corner of the room, sniffing at the baseboards and batting at the closet door when it creaked. I had my posters up already. My parents let me do that first thing because they knew how important it was to me. My books were still in boxes, but my bed had my favorite purple comforter, and everything felt perfect. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up around 2:17 a.m. I remember the time exactly because I checked my phone, annoyed that I'd woken up for no reason. The house was making those normal settling sounds new houses make, creaks and ticks as the wood and drywall adjusted to the night temperatures. Normal stuff. Then I heard the first footstep on the stairs. At first I thought it was Dad doing his usual night patrol. He always checked all the doors and windows before going to bed. But these steps were different, heavier, slower, each one deliberate, like whoever was walking wasn't worried about making noise. Step, pause, step, pause. I knew everyone's footsteps in my family. Mom's were light and quick. Dad's were heavy but brisk. Emma practically bounced up the stairs. These weren't anyone I recognized. I froze in my bed, suddenly wide awake. The steps continued until they reached the landing at the top of the stairs. Then they stopped. I'd left my bedroom door open, another habit I've since broken. From my bed, I could see the pitch-black rectangle of the doorway. There was nothing there, just darkness, but I could feel someone, something standing just out of sight, watching me. The air in the room felt heavy, like it was pressing down on my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't call out. Milo, who'd been curled up at my feet, was now sitting upright, staring intently at the doorway, his tail puffed up to twice its normal size. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me paralyzed under my covers, Milo standing guard, maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour. Time stretches when you're terrified. Eventually the feeling shifted. Whatever was at my door wasn't there anymore. But I didn't feel any relief, because now it was in my closet. My closet door was partially open, just a few inches. Earlier, I'd been so proud of organizing all my clothes in there. Now, the small, dark gap seemed like a portal to somewhere else. I could feel eyes on me from that darkness. Something was standing among my hanging clothes, watching me through that slim opening. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my voice was gone. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was lie there, eyes wide open, staring back at the closet while something stared at me. Then Milo hissed, not at the closet but at the window. That's when I heard it, breathing, deep, labored breathing coming from outside my second-story window. Slow, drawn-out inhales, followed by ragged exhales. The kind of breathing you'd hear from someone who'd just run a marathon, except we were on the second floor. There was no balcony, no tree close enough to climb, just a straight drop to the ground below. It wasn't physically possible for someone to be outside my window, yet there it was, breath fogging the glass with each exhale. The breathing was joined by a low growl, not human. More like a large dog, but deeper, more guttural. Milo arched his back and hissed again, backing away from the window until he bumped into my leg. I had 3 things in my room now. One just outside my door, one in my closet, and whatever was breathing and growling outside my window. I couldn't see any of them clearly, just sensed their presence, which somehow made it worse. In my head, I started repeating, "Go away, go away, go away," like a desperate prayer. I don't know why I thought it would help, but it was the only thing I could think to do. Weirdly, it seemed to work. Gradually, the presence at my door faded. The eyes watching from my closet withdrew. The breathing outside my window stopped. By the time my alarm went off at 7 a.m., I was alone again, except for Milo, who refused to leave my side. I convinced myself it was just new house jitters, a nightmare brought on by sleeping in an unfamiliar room. I didn't mention it to my parents at breakfast. Dad was stressed about unpacking before Monday, and Mom was trying to organize the kitchen. Emma was excited about exploring the neighborhood. Normal family stuff that made the night before seemed distant and silly. After breakfast, I went outside to check out our new yard, and that's when I saw it. From the back of our house, my window overlooked a small fenced-in area at the edge of the development. It was an old cemetery, maybe a dozen weathered headstones surrounded by a rusty iron fence. Mom saw me staring and casually mentioned that it was the original family plot for the farmers who owned the land. The developer had been required to preserve it while bulldozing everything else for the new houses. I felt sick. My bedroom window directly faced a cemetery full of people who'd been disturbed by the construction of our neighborhood. People whose land had been taken and transformed into cookie-cutter houses with perfect green lawns. That night, I kept my door firmly closed and my closet shut tight. I pulled my blinds down over the window. I even convinced Milo to sleep with me again, though he seemed reluctant to enter my room at all. It didn't help. Around 2 a.m. the footsteps started again. This time they came all the way to my door. I could see the shadow of feet in the crack beneath the door, standing perfectly still. The closet door, which I'd closed and propped a chair against, began to rattle softly, as if someone was tapping it from the inside. And despite the blinds being drawn, I could hear that labored breathing outside my window again, accompanied by nails or claws scratching at the glass. This continued, night after night. Sometimes just one of the presences would appear, sometimes all three. I started sleeping with my lamp on, then with all the lights blazing. I tried earbuds with loud music, but somehow I could still hear them over any sound. I even dragged my mattress into Emma's room one night, claiming I missed sharing with her, but that just led to her complaining about me hogging the bed. I named them the Watchers in my head. That's all they seemed to do. Watch me night after night. They never tried to hurt me physically, never actually entered my room, at least not while I was awake. But the psychological toll was becoming unbearable. I wasn't sleeping. My grades started slipping. I was jumpy and irritable during the day. About 3 months in, I saw one of them, or at least I think I did. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom around 3 a.m., and as I was hurrying back to my room, I caught movement at the end of the hallway, just a glimpse in my peripheral vision, but it looked like the silhouette of a large dog. Not a normal-sized dog like a retriever or something. This was massive, its shoulders level with the hallway table. When I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there, but I could smell something weird in the air, like wet soil and something metallic. After that, I started noticing things during the day too. Items in my room would be moved slightly when I got home from school. My closet door would be open when I was sure I'd closed it. Once, I found muddy paw prints on my carpet that disappeared halfway across the room. Milo refused to enter my bedroom anymore. He'd sit at the threshold, tail twitching, but wouldn't cross no matter how I tried to coax him. Animals know things we don't, and his behavior just confirmed what I already felt. There was something deeply wrong with my room. About a year after we moved in, I finally broke down and told my parents. I'd been trying to handle it on my own because I didn't want to seem like a baby, especially since I'd been so excited about having my own room. But after 365 nights of terror, I couldn't take it anymore. They reacted exactly as you'd expect. They checked the attic above my room for raccoons or squirrels that might be making the noises. They examined the trees near the house to see if branches could be scraping my window. There weren't any close enough. Dad even spent a night in my room while I slept on the couch. And of course, nothing happened while he was there. It's just the house settling, Mom said. New construction makes all kinds of noises. Or it could be the neighbors, Dad suggested. Sound carries weirdly between these houses. No one mentioned the cemetery. I don't think they even made the connection. After 3 years of this, I finally convinced my parents to let me swap rooms with Emma. I made up some excuse about her room getting better Wi-Fi reception, but I think they were just tired of dealing with my sleep issues and agreed to shut me up. The strangest thing. Emma never experienced anything in my old room. Not a single footstep, breath, or watching presence. The watchers apparently had no interest in her, but Milo still refused to enter that room, even after it became hers. He'd sit outside her door at night, watching like he was standing guard. I've since done research on the land our development was built on. Turns out those rice fields were originally worked by immigrant laborers under pretty terrible conditions. And that family cemetery, the oldest graves dated back to the 1850s, but there were records of at least 20 more burials that no longer had markers. The construction crew had probably disturbed all kinds of remains while building our perfect suburban neighborhood. We moved away when I was 17, after Dad got transferred again. I can't tell you what a relief it was to leave that house behind, but sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear heavy footsteps climbing stairs that aren't there. Sometimes my closet door will creak open on its own, and sometimes, just sometimes, when I look out my window at night, I catch a glimpse of something large and dog-like moving across the yard below. I don't know what the watchers were, or why they fixated on me. I don't know if they were ghosts or something else entirely. All I know is that I'll never sleep with my door open again, and I check the history of any place I live now, carefully avoiding properties built on former cemeteries or farmland, because once they've found you, the watchers never really go away. They just keep their distance, biding their time, waiting for you to let your guard down. And sometimes, late at night when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that labored breathing right outside my window, even though I now live in a 6th-floor apartment. Some nights, I still whisper, "Go away, go away, go away," until I fall asleep. Story 15. I've never been the type to share personal experiences online, but what happened to me a few months ago haunts me daily. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I'm what some people would call sensitive to spirits. Not in a psychic TV show way. I just sense things others don't. It's been that way since I was a kid. Most of the time, it's just a feeling of being watched or knowing something isn't right in a place. Nothing dramatic, usually. That changed when Mia moved in next door. I live in Westmont Heights, an average apartment complex. Nothing fancy, nothing terrible. Thin walls, decent neighbors, mediocre maintenance. I'd been there about 2 years when management finally rented out 4B, the unit next to mine that had been vacant for months. I first saw Mia bringing in boxes with who I assumed were her parents. She looked young, maybe early 20s, quiet type with long dark hair. We exchanged the usual neighborly nods in the hallway. I didn't think much of it at first. But something felt different about my apartment almost immediately after she moved in. The air felt heavier, like that feeling before a thunderstorm. I started waking up at 3:27 a.m. almost every night, not 3:30, not 3:25, exactly 3:27. My bedroom would feel about 10 degrees colder than the rest of my apartment. Then the sleep paralysis started. I'd had it once or twice before in my life during particularly stressful periods, but this was different. It happened almost nightly. I'd wake up unable to move, feeling a weight pressing down on my chest. Sometimes I'd sense a presence in the corner of my room. Other times, right next to my bed, I never saw anything clearly, just shadows and the overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I tried telling my girlfriend, Kate, but she just suggested I was working too hard and needed more sleep. She's not wrong. I've been pulling extra shifts at the warehouse lately to save up for a vacation we've been planning. But I knew this wasn't just exhaustion. This was something else. After about 2 weeks of this, I bumped into Mia by the mailboxes. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes. I asked if she was settling in okay, just being friendly. "It's fine," she said, not making eye contact, "just having trouble sleeping." "Yeah, me too, actually," I said. She looked up then, really looked at me for the first time. "Do you feel it too?" she asked quietly. Before I could answer, her phone rang. She mumbled a quick sorry and hurried away, answering a call from someone she called Mom. I stood there for a minute, wondering what exactly she meant by it. I never got to ask her. The Sunday it all came to a head started normally enough. It was mid-April, one of those perfect spring mornings with sunlight streaming through my blinds. Birds were chirping outside my window, the whole picturesque morning scene. I'd worked a double shift the day before and had barely slept due to another episode of paralysis around 2 a.m. I was completely drained. Kate had texted asking if I wanted to go hiking since the weather was so nice, but I just couldn't muster the energy. I texted back asking if she could come over instead, maybe bring lunch later. She replied with a thumbs up. I remember putting my phone on my bedside table and falling back asleep around 10 a.m. The apartment was quiet, except for the hum of my refrigerator and occasional traffic outside. I don't know how long I slept before I heard my front door open. It wasn't a crash or anything alarming, just the distinct sound of my door unlocking and opening, followed by soft footsteps in my living room. My first thought was that Kate had arrived early and was trying to surprise me. Then reality crashed in. My door was chain-locked and double-bolted from the inside. I always secure it that way, a habit I developed after someone broke into our house when I was 8. There was no way someone could just walk in. But I distinctly heard footsteps approaching my bedroom. I tried to sit up, to call out, to do anything, but I couldn't move. Not a finger, not an eyelid, nothing. Sleep paralysis again, but this time it felt different. More intense, more real. The footsteps stopped right next to my bed. I could feel someone, something, standing there, looking down at me. The air pressure in the room changed. My ears popped like I was in an airplane during descent. The temperature plummeted so rapidly I could see my breath condensing in the air when I managed shallow exhalations. Whatever was beside me wasn't human. The energy radiating from it was overwhelming, not necessarily malevolent, but immensely powerful, ancient, desperate. I tried screaming in my mind, tried commanding my body to move, but I remained frozen. The presence leaned closer. I felt its attention focused entirely on me, like being under a microscope. It needed something from me, urgently. Images flashed through my mind, a hospital room, beeping machines, crying parents, doctors rushing. None of it made sense to me. Was I seeing memories? Premonitions? I couldn't tell. The pressure in the room intensified until I thought my eardrums would burst. Just when I thought I couldn't bear it anymore, 3 distinct, impossibly loud bangs echoed through my bedroom. They seemed to come from my bedside table, right next to my phone, but they resonated like cannon fire in my ears. Bang, bang, bang! The paralysis broke instantly. I shot upright in bed, gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. My bedroom was empty. The door was closed. My phone showed 11:47 a.m. The temperature was normal again, but something had changed. My apartment felt emptier than it ever had before, like all the background energy had been sucked out of it. The feeling of home was gone, replaced by something hollow and abandoned. I checked my door, still chain-locked and bolted from the inside. No sign of entry, no explanation for what I'd heard or felt. I should have done something then. Called someone, checked on Mia, something, but what would I say? Hey, I think a ghost just visited me and showed me visions. I convinced myself it was just an exceptionally bad episode of sleep paralysis, probably brought on by exhaustion and stress. So I showered, made coffee, and tried to shake off the experience. Kate came over around 1 p.m. with sandwiches. I didn't tell her what happened. We watched movies, ordered pizza for dinner, and had a normal Sunday. She left around 9 p.m., and I went to bed early, hoping to catch up on sleep before my Monday shift. For the first time in weeks, I slept through the night without any disturbances. Monday and Tuesday passed uneventfully. No paralysis, no cold spots, no sense of being watched. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Then on Wednesday, I noticed police and paramedics outside our building when I got home from work. Mrs. Delgado from 4D told me what happened as we watched from the parking lot. Mia had collapsed Sunday night. Her parents, concerned when she wasn't answering calls, had driven over and found her unconscious in her apartment. Heart failure, Mrs. Delgado said. She didn't make it. Sunday night, the same day as my visitor. I felt sick. The timing couldn't be coincidence. The hospital room in my vision, was that what the presence was trying to show me? Was it trying to warn me, ask for help? I learned more details in the following days. Mia had a congenital heart condition. She'd been on a transplant list. Her parents said she'd been feeling stronger lately, even talking about going back to college part-time. No one expected her heart to give out when it did. The coroner estimated her time of death around 7 p.m. Sunday. Hours after my experience, I've replayed that morning in my head thousands of times. What if the presence wasn't something haunting Mia, but protecting her? What if it was trying to find help, and somehow sensed I could perceive it? What if those 3 bangs were meant to be a call to action, a desperate attempt to get me to check on her? Maybe if I'd gone to her apartment, called 911, done anything other than ignore what happened, she might still be alive. It's been 3 months now. The sleep paralysis never returned. The apartment next door remains empty. The landlord is having trouble renting it. I still wake up at 3:27 a.m. sometimes, but now it's just ordinary insomnia, fueled by guilt. I've started leaving flowers by Mia's door every Sunday. I know it's pointless. Her parents cleared out her things weeks ago, but it helps me cope with the crushing weight of what I failed to do. I don't know if I was meant to save her. I don't know if what visited me was her guardian angel or something else entirely. All I know is that something tried to communicate with me, and I missed the message. Sometimes I sit in silence, hoping to feel that presence again, to ask for forgiveness or understanding. But my apartment remains stubbornly, painfully normal now. I'm not writing this to scare anyone. I'm writing it because I need someone to know what happened that day. I need someone to understand that sometimes the supernatural isn't about vengeful ghosts or demonic hauntings. Sometimes it's about missed connections and failed rescues. If you ever sense something trying to reach you from beyond our understanding, please don't ignore it like I did. I have to live with this failure every day, wondering what those 3 bangs were trying to tell me and why I wasn't brave enough to listen. Story 16. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened last week. I've been replaying it over and over, questioning if I actually saw what I think I saw, or if the early morning and the fog were just playing tricks on my mind. But the more I think about it, the more convinced I am that something genuinely unexplainable happened to me that day in the forest outside Ravenwood. Photography has been a hobby of mine for about 3 years now. Nothing professional, just something I enjoy doing on weekends to clear my head after a stressful work week. I've always been particularly drawn to landscape photography. especially foggy landscapes. There's something about the way fog transforms familiar places into something mysterious and ethereal that I find captivating. Last Tuesday morning, I checked the weather forecast before going to bed and saw that thick fog was predicted for the early hours. Perfect conditions for the kind of shots I wanted to capture. I set my alarm for 5 a.m., prepared my backpack with my camera equipment, an extra battery, some snacks and water, and went to sleep feeling excited about the morning shoot. I woke up even before my alarm went off at around 4:45 a.m. It was still dark outside, but through my bedroom window I could already see the fog rolling in. I quickly got dressed in warm layers. It gets surprisingly cold in the fog, especially in early autumn, and grabbed my gear. I had a quick coffee and headed out. The drive to the forest took about 20 minutes. I've been there several times before. It's one of my favorite spots for nature photography. By the time I arrived at the small parking area at the edge of the forest, it was around 5:30 a.m., and the first hints of dawn were just barely lighting the sky. But even with that minimal light, I could see that the fog was absolutely perfect, thick and swirling, just like I'd hoped. I remember checking my phone one last time before heading into the forest. I always share my location with my girlfriend when I go on these solo trips, just as a safety precaution. The signal was weak, but the pin dropped, and I saw it update before I put my phone in my pocket. In hindsight, I'm really glad I did that. The forest outside Ravenwood has several walking paths, most of them well maintained. I chose the Eastern Trail, which I knew would lead me to an area with some interesting rock formations that would look great in the fog. As I walked deeper into the forest, the fog grew thicker, and the silence was almost absolute. All I could hear was the soft crunch of my boots on the trail and my own breathing. About 15 minutes into my walk, I stopped to take my first few shots. The fog was curling around the tree trunks in these beautiful wisps, creating these otherworldly columns of mist. The early morning light was filtering through in a way that made everything look like it was glowing from within. I spent maybe 10 minutes at that spot, experimenting with different angles and exposures. I continued along the path, occasionally stopping to take more photos. It was during one of these stops that I remembered something I'd completely forgotten about this particular trail. It eventually leads to a crossroads where, about 15 years ago, a taxi driver had been killed in an accident. I vaguely recalled reading about it in the local paper when I first moved to the area. Apparently, the driver had taken a fare out to this remote location late at night, and on the return journey, he'd lost control of his car at the crossroads and crashed into a tree. He died instantly. There's a memorial cross at the spot, placed there by his family. I'd seen it before on previous walks, but had never paid much attention to it. Suddenly I found myself curious to see how the memorial might look in the fog. Perhaps it would make for a poignant photograph, so I continued along the path with a new destination in mind. The fog was getting thicker the deeper I went into the forest, to the point where visibility was down to maybe 30 or 40 feet. The sun was rising now, but its light was diffused so evenly through the fog that it was impossible to tell exactly where it was in the sky. Everything was bathed in this soft, grey-white light that made it hard to distinguish shapes beyond a certain distance. I knew I was getting closer to the crossroads when the path began to widen slightly. I was walking slowly, partly because of the reduced visibility and partly because I was stopping frequently to take photos. The silence of the forest was more pronounced now. There weren't even any birds singing, which I found a bit unusual, but attributed to the early hour and the heavy fog. I estimate I was about 70 meters from the crossroads when I noticed something through the fog that made me stop in my tracks. Up ahead, slightly off the path on a small hill to my right, was a humanoid figure. At first, I thought it was another early morning hiker or perhaps a fellow photographer, but something about the way it was just sitting there, completely motionless, struck me as odd. I couldn't make out any distinct features because of the fog, but the shape was unmistakably human-like. It appeared to be sitting on the ground, hunched over slightly. I stood there for a moment, squinting through the fog, trying to get a better look. My first instinct was to call out, to ask if they were okay, but something stopped me. A feeling in my gut told me to stay quiet and just observe. As I stood there watching, the figure slowly began to move. It was such a gradual movement that at first I thought I was imagining it. But no, it was definitely changing position. It seemed to be using its arms to push itself up from the ground, rising to stand. The movement was fluid, but somehow wrong. I can't explain exactly what I mean by that, but there was something unnatural about the way it moved, like watching a video played at slightly the wrong speed. Once it was fully upright, the figure paused for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it turned. The entire body seemed to rotate as one unit rather than the normal way a person would turn, and took one step in my direction. My heart nearly stopped. I felt rooted to the spot, unable to move or call out. There was a heaviness in the air, a pressure that seemed to press down on me from all sides. The figure took that one step and then it vanished, not like someone walking away into the fog, but like someone had simply erased it from existence. One moment it was there, and the next it was gone. I stood there for I don't know how long, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Part of me wanted to turn around and run back to my car, but another part, the part that's always been too curious for my own good, wanted to continue forward and see what was at the crossroads. Eventually, curiosity won out, and I forced myself to keep walking, though at a much slower pace than before. Every few steps, I would stop and scan the fog around me, half expecting to see that figure appear again. But there was nothing, just the endless grey-white of the fog and the dark shapes of trees. When I finally reached the crossroads, I immediately noticed something wrong with the memorial cross. It had been knocked over, lying flat on the ground instead of standing upright as it should have been. The concrete base that normally secured it in place had been displaced, as if someone had forcefully pushed the whole thing over. I approached it cautiously, looking around nervously for any sign of the figure I'd seen earlier. The cross was larger than I remembered, maybe about 4 feet tall, and made of what looked like oak, with the taxi driver's name and the date of his death carved into it. The concrete base was probably about 50 pounds, not impossible for one person to move, but certainly not something that would fall over on its own. Standing there looking at the fallen memorial, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure I'd seen was somehow connected to this. Was it possible that I had glimpsed the spirit of the taxi driver? Had he been trying to lead me to his memorial, to show me that it had been desecrated? I considered trying to put the cross back in its proper position. It seemed like the respectful thing to do, but when I knelt down to examine it more closely, I realized it would be a lot more work than I initially thought. The concrete base would need to be partially reburied to keep the cross stable, and I didn't have any tools with me. Plus, I'll admit, a part of me was just feeling lazy and a little freaked out. I told myself I'd come back another day with proper tools, or maybe even contact local authorities to let them know about the vandalism. So I took a few photos of the fallen memorial, which felt a bit disrespectful, but I justified it as documentation, and then decided it was time to head back. The fog was starting to lift a little, but the forest didn't feel welcoming anymore. I kept looking over my shoulder as I retraced my steps along the path, constantly scanning the trees and fog for any sign of that figure. The walk back to my car seemed to take twice as long as the walk in, though my phone told me it was actually about the same amount of time. I kept thinking I heard footsteps behind me, but every time I stopped to listen or look back, there was nothing there, just the fog and the trees and that oppressive silence. When I finally reached my car, I practically threw my gear onto the passenger seat and locked the doors immediately. I sat there for a few minutes, just trying to calm my racing heart and make sense of what I'd experienced. I scrolled through the photos I'd taken, half expecting to see the figure captured in one of them, but there was nothing unusual in any of the images, except for the shots of the fallen memorial cross. It's been a week since that morning, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I even drove back to the crossroads 2 days later, in broad daylight with no fog. The memorial cross was still lying on the ground, exactly as I'd left it. I felt guilty seeing it like that, knowing I could have at least tried to fix it that first morning, but something else stopped me from fixing it even on my return visit. A strange feeling that it wasn't my place to do so, that something else needed to happen first. I keep wondering if the spectral figure I saw was indeed the spirit of the taxi driver, trying to lead me to his fallen memorial. Was he silently asking for my help in raising it back to its proper position? Did I fail some kind of spiritual test by walking away? I haven't told many people about this experience because I know how it sounds. Most would just say the fog was playing tricks on me, or that I imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw, and the fallen memorial is very real. I'm planning to go back again, this time with tools to properly reset the memorial cross. Maybe that will bring some closure to this strange experience, or maybe it will just lead to more questions. Either way, I don't think I'll be doing any more solo photography trips in foggy forests anytime soon. Some things are better left uncaptured by the lens, and some paths, once taken, can't be walked back. Story 17. I'm pretty sure that what happened to me back when I was 11 years old will haunt me till the day I die. I've never fully told anyone this story before, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe somebody here has experienced something similar. I grew up in South Valley, Albuquerque. If you know anything about that area, you know it's not exactly the nicest part of town. My mum worked nights at the hospital, so I spent a lot of time with our neighbors next door, the Martinez family. Their oldest son, Dustin, was 14 and into heavy metal, long hair, Metallica t-shirts, the works. He was like the cool older brother I never had, and I'd follow him around whenever he'd let me. This happened on a night in late July. It was a blue moon that night, the second full moon in a month, and it was ridiculously bright outside. The kind of moonlight that makes shadows almost as clear as daytime, but everything's bathed in this weird silvery glow. My mom was working a double shift, so I was hanging out at Dustin's place. Around 9 p.m., Dustin's parents went to bed early because they both had to be up at 4 a.m. for work. Dustin's little brother was already asleep, and we were bored out of our minds. That's when Dustin got the idea to walk to Burger King. It was about a mile away, but we'd done it before, and the idea of late-night burgers seemed like the most exciting thing in the world at that moment. "Jake, you want to make a BK run?" Dustin whispered to me, already putting on his shoes. I nodded eagerly. I had about $7 saved up from doing yard work for our landlord Ray, an older guy who owned the duplex where we lived. We snuck out quietly through the back door, not that his parents would have actually stopped us. They were pretty relaxed about letting Dustin roam the neighborhood, even at night. The South Valley was rough, but everybody knew everybody on our street. The walk to Burger King was uneventful. We talked about bands Dustin was into, video games, and how much school was going to suck when it started back up in a few weeks. The fast food place was almost empty that late. Just a couple of tired-looking employees, and a guy sleeping in one of the booths that nobody bothered to wake up. We ordered our food. I got a Whopper meal and Dustin got a double cheeseburger with extra large fries and a shake. It took almost all my money. While we waited, Dustin started telling me about how the area we lived in was supposedly super haunted. "You know, we're not that far from Roswell, right? All those alien sightings," he said between slurps of his chocolate shake. "And Route 666 isn't that far either. They call it the Devil's Highway for a reason." I rolled my eyes. Dustin was always telling me creepy stories, trying to freak me out. But with the full moon outside and the empty streets waiting for us, I felt that familiar knot in my stomach. "Whatever, man," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. It was around 9:40 p.m. when we started heading back, our food in paper bags. The night had gotten cooler, and the blue moon hung massive in the sky. I remember checking my watch because my mum would be calling to check on me at 10:30, and I needed to be back by then. Instead of taking the main road back, Dustin suggested we cut through the irrigation ditch that ran behind our neighborhood. It would save us about 15 minutes, and there was this narrow concrete bridge that crossed over one of the arroyos. During the day, that shortcut was no big deal. At night, with just the moonlight to guide us, it felt different. The irrigation bridge was maybe 4 feet wide and 30 feet long, spanning a dry arroyo that only filled with water during the rainy season. As we approached it, I could see the moonlight reflecting off some stagnant water at the bottom. There must have been some rain earlier that week that I'd forgotten about. "Race you across," Dustin said. But he didn't actually run. The bridge was too narrow, and the drop on either side was maybe 10 feet down to the arroyo bed. Not enough to kill you, but enough to break something if you fell. Dustin walked about 5 feet ahead of me, holding his Burger King bag in one hand and his shake in the other. I was right behind him, carefully watching my step on the narrow concrete path. The moon made everything look weird, all silver and black with sharp shadows. I remember how the bridge seemed to almost glow under that blue moonlight. We were about halfway across when we heard it. A splash from below, like something had disturbed the stagnant water in the arroyo. Not a small splash like a rock falling in, but something bigger. Dustin stopped walking and turned around to look at me, then down at the water below the bridge. I'll never forget how his face changed in that moment. I'd seen Dustin scared before, like when his dad caught him smoking cigarettes behind the garage. But this was different. All the blood drained from his face, and his eyes went wider than I thought was humanly possible. He dropped his Burger King bag immediately. The shake hit the concrete and splattered everywhere. "Run!" he shouted, and then he was gone, bolting across the rest of the bridge so fast I could hardly process what was happening. I didn't even look down. Something in his voice triggered pure animal instinct in me. I tried to run too, but in my panic, my foot slipped on some of the spilled milkshake. I fell hard on one knee, scraping it through my jeans. The pain shot up my leg, but adrenaline pushed it away almost instantly. As I scrambled back to my feet, that's when I made the mistake of looking back. What I saw still makes my skin crawl to this day. There was a light coming from where we had been standing on the bridge, not like a flashlight or a bike reflector. This was a bright, white glow that seemed to be hovering about 4 feet above the bridge surface. It wasn't shaped like anything I could identify, not quite round, not quite human, just this amorphous white light that seemed to pulse slightly, getting brighter then dimmer in a rhythm that felt wrong somehow. I dropped my food too and ran. My knee was throbbing, but I didn't care. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, across the rest of the bridge and up the dirt path that led to our street. I could see Dustin about 50 yards ahead of me, already turning onto our block. I don't know if the thing was following me. I didn't look back again. I didn't want to know. All I knew was that I had to get home. By the time I reached our houses, I was completely out of breath, my chest burning with each gasp of air. Dustin was standing on his porch, fumbling with his keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely get the key in the lock. I ran up beside him just as he finally got the door open. "What was that?" I gasped, my voice barely working. Dustin just shook his head, his face still chalk white. "Get inside," he whispered, pulling me through the door and locking it behind us. We stood in his dark living room, both of us breathing hard, neither of us turning on the lights. I don't know why we didn't turn on the lights. Maybe we were afraid of what we might see through the windows. "Did you see it?" I finally asked, my voice sounding small and scared even to my own ears. Dustin nodded slowly. "I saw I don't know what I saw, he said. His voice had this hollow quality to it that I'd never heard before. Before we could say anything else, there was a pounding on the front door that made both of us jump. Dustin looked like he was about to pass out. The pounding came again, harder this time. Dustin, open this goddamn door right now. It was Ray, our landlord, and he sounded furious. Dustin looked at me, then slowly moved to the door. He opened it just a crack at first, then wider when he saw it was definitely Ray. Our landlord was standing there in nothing but his boxers, his face red with anger. He was in his 50s with a big belly and thinning hair, and I'd never seen him look so mad before. Which one of you little shits was at my window? He demanded, looking between us. You think that's funny, huh? Dustin and I exchanged confused glances. What are you talking about? Dustin asked, his voice still shaky. Don't play dumb with me, Ray spat. One of you was just at my bedroom window, shining a damn light in and making those noises. My wife is terrified. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. Ray's house was on the other side of ours, the opposite direction from the Arroyo Bridge we'd just run from. We weren't at your window, I said, my voice cracking. We were just coming back from Burger King. Burger King? Where's your food then? Ray asked, looking at our empty hands. We dropped it, Dustin said quietly. Ray looked skeptical. So you're telling me neither of you was just at my window less than 2 minutes ago, holding some kind of light and making these moaning, crying sounds? The way he described it made my blood run cold. 2 minutes ago, we were running from whatever was on that bridge. There's no way either of us could have been at Ray's window at the same time. Before we could answer, Dustin's older brother Miguel came out of his room, rubbing his eyes. He was 17 and had been sleeping before all the commotion. What's going on? He asked, looking at all of us standing in the doorway. Ray turned to him. These two were playing some kind of sick prank, shining lights in my bedroom window and making weird noises to scare me and Janet. Miguel looked at us suspiciously. What did you guys do? Nothing, I insisted, my voice higher than normal. We were at the Arroyo Bridge. We saw something there and ran home. Saw what? Miguel asked, suddenly more interested. Dustin had been quiet, but now he looked up, his face still unnaturally pale. Death Witch, he said softly, like your dinner was after you. Miguel's expression changed immediately. He knew something about what Dustin was talking about. I could see it in his face, recognition, then fear. Ray, they weren't at your window, Miguel said firmly. They've been with me. Must have been some kids from further down the block. Ray didn't look convinced, but some of the anger had left his face. Well, somebody was there, he muttered. If I catch whoever it was. He left the threat hanging and walked back to his house, still in just his boxers. After Ray left, Miguel closed the door and turned to us. What actually happened? He asked, his voice low and serious. Dustin told him about the bridge, the splash in the water, and the strange white light. I added what I'd seen when I looked back. Miguel listened without interrupting, his expression growing more concerned with each detail. You shouldn't have been out there during a blue moon, he finally said. Especially not by the water. What was it? I asked, dreading the answer. Miguel shook his head. Abuela would call it La Llorona, but who knows? There are things in the arroyos that come out when the moon is full. Bad things. But what about what Ray saw? I pressed. That wasn't us. Miguel gave me a look that made me wish I hadn't asked. Whatever you saw probably followed you home, he said simply. It can look like people sometimes, or make itself look like someone it's seen. I didn't sleep that night, not even for a minute. I sat on Dustin's couch with all the lights on until morning, jumping at every sound. Dustin eventually fell asleep, but he had nightmares, thrashing and muttering things I couldn't understand. When my mom picked me up the next morning, I couldn't tell her what happened. How could I? It sounded crazy even to me, and I'd experienced it. In the daylight, we went back to look for our dropped food, thinking maybe we'd just spooked ourselves. The bags were gone, not just knocked over or blown away, completely gone. And there was something else. At the spot where I'd seen the white light, the concrete of the bridge was different. It looked bleached somehow, lighter than the concrete around it, in a rough oval shape about 3 feet across. I avoided that bridge for years after that night. I never went out during a blue moon again either. Dustin and I didn't talk about it much, but sometimes I'd catch him looking toward the arroyo with this haunted expression. I'm 37 now and live in a different state, but I still get chills when I think about that night, about what we saw on the bridge, and what Ray saw at his window at the exact same time. Whatever it was, it could be in 2 places at once. Or maybe there was more than one of them. I've tried researching local legends since then, looking for anything similar to what we experienced. The closest I've found are stories about La Llorona or skinwalkers, but neither feels quite right. Whatever was on that bridge under the blue moon that night wasn't something from any story I know. And sometimes, on very clear nights when the moon is full and bright, I still check all my windows and doors twice before bed. Just in case it's still out there, just in case it remembers me. Story 18. I think about that day all the time. It's been 15 years now, but I still get goosebumps when I remember what happened in the backyard of our old Riverdale home. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before we moved there. Now, I'm not so sure. I was 12 when Mum remarried, and we all moved into that big old Victorian house. It was beautiful with its high ceilings, ornate woodwork, and this amazing rotunda in the center of the house that let in so much light. My stepsister Lily was 16, but had the mental capacity of a much younger child. She was the sweetest person you'd ever meet. Always smiling, always waving at me from her bedroom window that overlooked the backyard while I played. Things were normal for the first few months. Then came the lightning strike. It was during a massive thunderstorm, the kind that makes the whole house shake. I remember sitting in the living room with my hands over my ears when there was this deafening crack. The entire house lit up bright blue for a split second, and all the power went out. We found out later that lightning had hit our chimney and traveled through the house's old wiring. The damage wasn't terrible, just some electrical issues and a few broken appliances. But something about the house felt different after that. It was subtle at first. The temperature would drop randomly in certain rooms. The lights would flicker without explanation, even after we had the wiring fixed. I started getting this weird feeling like someone was watching me whenever I walked down the upstairs hallway. Then my mom and Lily both started mentioning seeing a little girl standing near the rotunda. They described her the same way, about 7 or 8 years old, wearing an old-fashioned dress, just standing there looking sad before disappearing. I never saw her myself, so I chalked it up to their imaginations, or maybe some weird light tricks from the rotunda's windows. But the footsteps, those were harder to explain away. We'd all be downstairs, the whole family accounted for, and clear as day we'd hear someone walking around upstairs. Sometimes light, quick steps like a child running. Other times, heavy, deliberate footsteps that made the ceiling creak. My stepdad would always go check, but there was never anyone there. I tried to ignore it all. I told myself old houses make noises and people's minds play tricks on them. I was the skeptic of the family, always looking for the logical explanation. Then came that day in the backyard, the day that shook my certainty to its core. It was a Saturday, in late October. The weather was perfect, that crisp fall air that's not too cold, with leaves crunching underfoot. My stepdad had taken Lily to her therapy appointment, and Mom was grocery shopping. I was alone in the house, or so I thought. I decided to take our dog Rusty out to play in the backyard. He was this big, goofy golden retriever who loved chasing tennis balls for hours. Rusty adored Lily, by the way. He would sit beside her for hours while she petted him, and whenever she appeared at her window, he'd race over and jump up excitedly. We were maybe 20 minutes into our game of fetch when everything changed. I had just thrown the ball toward the back fence when Rusty suddenly froze mid-run. The ball bounced past him, but he didn't move. His ears perked up, and his body went rigid in that alert posture dogs get when they sense something wrong. Then he started growling, not his playful growl, but this deep, threatening rumble I'd never heard from him before. His hackles raised, and he was staring intently at the house, specifically at Lily's second-floor window. I called to him, "Rusty, what's wrong?" But he wouldn't look at me. He just kept growling, his eyes fixed on that window. That's when I felt it, this cold, heavy feeling washing over me, like the air had suddenly thickened and dropped 20 degrees. I slowly turned to look where Rusty was staring. There was Lily at her window. At least it looked like Lily at first glance. Same height, same long brown hair. But something was off. Her face was pressed against the glass in a way Lily never did. And her expression, Lily was always smiling, always radiating this innocent joy. But the face in the window was blank, almost angry. The eyes were too wide, too intense, staring directly at me without blinking. I raised my hand to wave, thinking maybe it was just a weird angle making Lily look different. The figure didn't wave back. Instead, she pressed harder against the glass. Her hands splayed on either side of her face. That's when I noticed her skin looked wrong, too dark, not like Lily's fair complexion. More like a shadow, or like she was dirty. And she was breathing heavily, fogging up the glass in rhythmic pulses. I could see her shoulders rising and falling with each breath. "Lily!" I called out, my voice sounding small even to my own ears. The figure's mouth opened slightly, revealing teeth that seemed too white, too sharp against the darkness of her face. She didn't smile. It was more like she was baring her teeth at me. Rusty's growling intensified. I stood there, frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then the rational part of my brain kicked in. Maybe Lily had come home early. Maybe she wasn't feeling well, which would explain the strange behavior. "Come on, Rusty," I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I headed toward the house. He didn't want to follow at first, still growling at the window, but eventually he came, staying unusually close to my legs. Inside, the house felt different, heavier somehow, the air thick like before a storm. I called out, "Lily, are you home?" No answer. I went upstairs, Rusty reluctantly following behind me, still growling softly. The hallway to Lily's room seemed longer than usual, the shadows deeper in the corners. When I reached her door, I paused. Part of me didn't want to open it, afraid of what I might find. But I forced myself to knock. "Lily, you in there?" I heard movement inside. Then Lily's voice, cheerful as always. "Come in, Emma." I pushed open the door, my heart pounding, and there was Lily, lying on her bed with headphones on, listening to her favorite music. She smiled and waved at me, exactly like she always did. "Lily, were you just at the window?" I asked, my voice shaking a little. She looked confused. "No, I've been listening to music. See?" She held up her headphones proudly. "You haven't been to the window at all? Not even a minute ago?" "Nope," she said, shaking her head emphatically. "I've been here since we got home." "Wait, when did you get home? I thought you were at therapy with Dad." "We came back early. Therapist was sick. Dad's in the garage fixing his car." My mind was racing. I glanced at the window, the same one where I'd seen whatever that was. From inside, it looked normal. Just a regular window overlooking the backyard where I'd been playing. I walked over to it and looked out. The yard was empty now except for the tennis ball I'd thrown. I touched the glass. It was cold, not warm like it would be if someone had been pressing against it. "Did you see anyone else in the house, Lily? Maybe someone who looks like you?" She giggled at that. No, silly. Just me and Dad. I left Lily's room more confused than frightened at that point. I went to the garage and confirmed with my stepdad that yes, they'd been home for about an hour, having returned early, when the therapist called in sick. He'd been in the garage the whole time, and as far as he knew, Lily had been in her room listening to music. So what had I seen at the window? That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that face pressed against the glass, those intense eyes, the breathing that fogged the window. It looked like Lily, but wrong. Like something wearing Lily as a costume, but not quite getting it right. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light, or maybe I'd seen a reflection of something else. But deep down, I knew better. And Rusty knew better too. He refused to go near Lily's window after that day, always giving it a wide berth when we were in the backyard. The activity in the house increased after that. The footsteps became more frequent, sometimes running up and down the hall at night. Items would disappear only to reappear in strange places. My mum's keys in the freezer, my school books stacked neatly in the bathtub. The little girl by the rotunda was seen more often, not just by Mom and Lily now, but by my stepdad too. And sometimes, from the corner of my eye, I'd catch glimpses of movement near Lily's window. Never when I looked directly at it, only when I wasn't paying attention. Just a dark shape, there and gone so quickly I couldn't be sure if I'd really seen anything. Lily started having nightmares. She'd wake up screaming about the bad man who stood in her room at night. She said he was tall and dark and smelled like smoke. She said he watched her while she slept. We tried to tell her it was just dreams, but she was adamant. He says he wants to be me, she told me once, her voice small and frightened. I remember how cold I felt when she said that, thinking about the thing I'd seen at her window, looking almost but not quite like her. The situation at home deteriorated in other ways too. Mom and my stepdad started fighting more. The whole atmosphere of the house became oppressive, like the air was too heavy to breathe sometimes. We all became irritable, suspicious of each other. Looking back, it feels like the house itself was driving us apart. 6 months after the window incident, Mom and my stepdad divorced. We moved out, leaving behind that beautiful, terrible house. I remember the relief I felt driving away for the last time, like something heavy had been lifted off my chest. Years later, when I was in college, Mom finally told me what she really thought about that house. We were having one of those rare, deep conversations that happen when you've both had a glass of wine and are feeling nostalgic. I think there were 2 of them in that house, she said quietly. A little girl and an older man. The girl was sad, lost maybe, but the man, she shuddered. He was different, angry, hungry somehow. Is that why we heard different footsteps? I asked. Light ones and heavy ones? She nodded. I think so. The little girl was just there, existing. But the man... She paused, taking a sip of her wine. I think he wanted something from us, especially from Lily. There was something about her innocence that drew him. I finally told her then about what I'd seen at Lily's window that day. She wasn't surprised. I saw something similar once, she admitted. I was doing laundry in the basement and looked up at the small window that faced the backyard. For just a second, I saw a face looking in at me. It looked like Lily, but not. Darker somehow. Angrier. I ran upstairs immediately and found Lily watching TV with your stepdad. We sat in silence for a while after that, both lost in our memories of that house. Do you think they were ghosts? I finally asked. Mom sighed. I don't know what they were. All I know is they were real, and they weren't friendly, at least not the man. We found out later from a neighbor that the house had a history. Back in the 1930s, a father and daughter had died there during a house fire, caused by, of all things, a lightning strike. The girl had been trapped in her second-floor bedroom, the same room that later became Lily's. The father had tried to save her, but was overcome by smoke in the hallway. Lily is convinced they were ghosts. She's a firm believer now, collects books on the paranormal, watches all those ghost hunter shows. The experience affected her deeply. As for me, I'm still not sure what to believe. The rational part of my brain still searches for explanations. Maybe it was Lily at the window that day, playing some kind of game I didn't understand. Maybe the dark appearance was a shadow or dirt on the glass. Maybe Rusty was growling at a squirrel I didn't see. But then I remember those eyes staring at me, that mouth with too many teeth, the way it pressed against the glass like it wanted to break through. I remember the absolute certainty I felt in that moment that whatever was looking at me from Lily's window wasn't Lily at all. And I still can't explain why. 15 years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with the unshakable feeling that something is standing at my bedroom window, breathing against the glass, waiting for me to look. Story 19. D. I've always been a logical person, not the kind who jumps at shadows or believes in things I can't see. I grew up with a dad and grandpa who were both electricians, so I learned early on that most unexplainable things usually have a pretty simple explanation. That's why what happened in our old house in Westfield really shook me, and why what happened last week in our countryside home has me completely terrified. It started about 10 years ago when my ex and I bought this charming 1930s house. It had character, those gorgeous original hardwood floors, crown molding, and big windows that let in tons of natural light. The previous owners had updated the kitchen and bathrooms, but they'd kept all the historical elements intact. I fell in love with it immediately. The first few weeks were normal, just unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and making it our own. Then the weird stuff started happening. At first, it was just the radio turning on by itself. I'd be in the shower, and suddenly I'd hear music blasting from the living room. I figured maybe I'd accidentally set an alarm or something. But then, it happened again, and again. Then other appliances started acting up. The TV would switch on in the middle of the night. The microwave would randomly start running. The blender whirred to life while no one was in the kitchen. My ex thought it was an electrical issue, so I called my dad to come take a look. Dad spent an entire Saturday checking every outlet, switch, and circuit in the house. He found absolutely nothing wrong with the wiring. Everything was up to code and functioning properly. He suggested maybe we had power surges in the neighborhood and recommended a few surge protectors for our more expensive electronics. But it kept happening. The toaster would pop up with no bread in it. The garage door would open and close on its own. The ceiling fans would switch speeds without anyone touching the controls. It was annoying, but honestly kind of funny at first. We started joking about our friendly ghost, who apparently liked to play with our stuff. My grandpa came over next. He'd been an electrician for over 40 years and was convinced he'd find something my dad missed. He spent 2 whole days going through everything, even opening up walls to check the wiring inside. Again, nothing. He was stumped. We called in a professional electrician from a company with great reviews. Same result. Nothing wrong with the electrical system. By this point, I was starting to feel a little crazy. Were we imagining this? But then both my ex and I would be sitting on the couch, and the kitchen lights would turn off and on 3 times in a row. We were witnessing it together. The turning point came when I was home alone one afternoon. I was in my home office working when I smelled something burning. I ran to the kitchen and found the stovetop on high with nothing on it. The burner was glowing red hot. If I hadn't been home, it could have started a fire. That's when I got scared. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, shaking and angry, and I just shouted, "Stop it! You could burn our house down! No more stove or anything dangerous!" I felt ridiculous yelling at empty air, but I was genuinely frightened. And the weird thing? The stove never turned on by itself again. Ever. But the TV, radio, lights and other non-dangerous items continued their random behavior. About a month after the stove incident, we had some friends over for dinner. One of them, Melissa, asked to use our bathroom. When she came back, she looked a bit pale. During dinner, she kept glancing toward the hallway. As everyone was leaving, she pulled me aside and asked, "Has anyone ever told you that you have a ghost?" I froze. We hadn't told any of our friends about the electrical issues because, well, it sounded crazy. I asked her what she meant and she said, "I saw a young man standing in your hallway. Blonde hair, maybe early 20s. He was wearing old-fashioned clothes. He just smiled at me and then walked through the wall." I got goosebumps all over. We hadn't mentioned anything about our ghost to her or anyone else. 2 weeks later, my cousin stayed overnight in our guest room. At breakfast, she casually mentioned, "I saw a young guy in the hallway last night. I thought it was your ex at first, but he was dressed like he was from the 1940s or something. I figured I was half asleep and seeing things." Again, we hadn't said a word about our experiences. Then my ex's brother visited from interstate. On his second night, he asked if the house was haunted because he'd seen some young dude in old-fashioned clothes standing at the foot of his bed. 3 different people, all describing the same figure, when we'd told no one about our experiences. It was impossible to ignore at that point. I started researching the history of our house and neighborhood. I learned that during World War II, the area had been a hub for resistance activities. Young men would meet secretly to coordinate efforts to support the war. Some of them never returned from the war. I couldn't help wondering if our ghost was one of those young men, somehow still attached to the place where he'd spent important moments of his short life. The activity continued the entire time we lived there, 7 years total, but it never felt threatening. Annoying sometimes, sure, but never scary. I even started to find it comforting in a weird way. I'd come home and say, "I'm back," and sometimes the radio would click on right afterward. It felt like acknowledgement. When my ex and I split up, I moved out. I sometimes wondered if the ghost was still there, turning on appliances for the new owners. Fast forward to last week. I've been married to my current husband for 2 years now. We bought a countryside home about an hour outside the city. A modern place built in the early 2000s. No history, no previous owners who died there, nothing like that. Just a nice, peaceful retreat with some land around it. I've been dealing with back problems lately. Too many hours at my desk job. Last Tuesday, my husband had a late meeting, so I was home alone. Around 8 p.m., I was lying on the couch trying to find a comfortable position for my aching back. I shifted and suddenly felt that wonderful release when your back cracks and the tension disappears. In that exact moment, and I mean the exact moment my back cracked, I saw something from the corner of my eye. A large, man-sized shadow figure rushed from behind the couch where I was lying, moved around the side of it, through our kitchen, and into the hallway. It wasn't transparent like you might imagine a ghost. It was solid black, like a 3-dimensional shadow. No features, no clothes, just a human-shaped black mass. And it moved fast. Not walking, not floating, but rushing purposefully, like it had somewhere urgent to be. I sat up so quickly I nearly fell off the couch. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I stared at the hallway where it had disappeared, completely frozen in fear. This wasn't like my friendly ghost from the old house. This felt wrong, malevolent, like it had been waiting for me to be vulnerable. The most disturbing part, I started crying uncontrollably, not just regular crying, deep, gut-wrenching sobs that I couldn't control. I'm not a crier generally, but I couldn't stop. It felt like the thing had triggered some primal fear response in me, like my body knew something my conscious mind didn't. I managed to grab my phone and call my husband, but I could barely speak through the crying. He said he'd come right home, but it would take him at least 25 minutes to get there. Those were the longest 25 minutes of my life. I didn't move from that couch. I couldn't make myself walk past the kitchen into that hallway. I just sat there, staring at the entrance to the hall, certain that if I went in there, something terrible would happen. When my husband finally got home, he found me still on the couch, eyes red and puffy. I told him what happened, half expecting him to think I was crazy, but he just sat next to me and held me while I cried some more. He didn't see anything unusual in the hallway when he checked, but he didn't question my experience either. I did eventually go down the hallway, but only with him right beside me, and only because our bedroom is at the end of it. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that black figure rushing around our couch. The next day, I felt better in the daylight, with my husband working from home to keep me company. But then, I'd have these random moments where tears would just start flowing for no reason. Not sad tears, fearful ones, like my body was remembering something my mind was trying to forget. The thing is, I don't believe this was the same entity from my old house. That one seemed almost playful, maybe even protective in its way. This was different. This felt targeted, personal, like it had been waiting for a moment of physical vulnerability to, I don't know, feed off my energy somehow. That sounds ridiculous when I type it out, but that's what it felt like. I've never believed in demons or evil spirits or anything like that, but I also never believed I'd see a solid black figure running through my house. And yet, here we are. The only silver lining is that we had already sold this house before this happened. We're moving in 3 weeks to be closer to my husband's new job. I don't know if I could have stayed here otherwise. I've refused to be alone in the house since it happened. If my husband has to go out, I go with him or have a friend come over. What scares me the most is that there's no history here, no explanation. At least with the Westfield house, I could connect the ghost to the Vol.211 activities in the area. But this house? It's just a regular home built on former farmland. Nothing tragic happened here that we know of. I keep wondering, was it following me? Did I somehow bring something with me from the old house, or was it here all along, hiding, waiting? I'm writing this from my sister's house. I'm staying here while my husband packs up the essentials for our early move. I don't want to go back there, not even to get my things. I don't want to walk down that hallway again. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was just a shadow from a passing car's headlights. Maybe I was half asleep and dreamed it. Maybe the back pain was making me delirious. But I know what I saw, and worse, I know what I felt. That deep, instinctual fear that something was very wrong. The uncontrollable crying. The certainty that whatever this thing was, it meant me harm. I've spent hours searching online for similar experiences, trying to make sense of it. Some people say shadow figures are just manifestations of our own fear or stress. Others say there's something much darker. All I know is that I never felt afraid in my ghost-filled 1930s house. Annoyed sometimes, sure. Confused, definitely. But never truly afraid. This was different. This was fear in its purest form. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened or why. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe in any house again. But I do know I'm never going back to that countryside home. Whatever's waiting in that hallway can stay there without me. Story 20. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I mean, sure, I watched horror movies and got spooked like anyone else, but I always chalked it up to overactive imagination. That changed when I moved into the Historical Society house in Cedar Grove, Massachusetts, with my boyfriend, Mike. Mike had been living there for 3 years without a single issue. It was a beautiful old Victorian place, protected by the local Historical Society. The rent was reasonable because of some tax break the owner got for maintaining the historical integrity. The wooden floors creaked in that charming way old houses do, and the crown molding throughout was something you just don't see in modern homes. I was excited to move in. It felt like an upgrade from my cramped apartment. My first day there should have been a warning. I was unpacking boxes while Mike was at work, trying to make the place feel like home. Around dinner time, I decided to take a break and make us a simple meal. I'd set our plates in the living room on the coffee table. I remember this so clearly because we didn't have our dining table set up yet. I went back to the kitchen to grab silverware, and that's when it happened. Every single cabinet door was open. Not just ajar, but fully open. All 30 of them. I froze, silverware clutched in my hand. I knew I hadn't left them open. I'd been organizing the cabinets all afternoon, meticulously placing our dishes and glasses inside, closing each door as I finished. There was no way all of them had somehow swung open simultaneously while I was in the next room for literally less than a minute. I called out, thinking maybe Mike had come home early and was playing a prank, but the house was silent. I immediately felt that crawling sensation up my spine. You know the one, where your body recognizes danger before your mind does. I checked all the doors and windows, but everything was locked. I closed all the cabinets and tried to tell myself it was just the house settling. Maybe there was something about the hinges, some logical explanation. When Mike got home, I told him what happened. He looked concerned, but suggested it might be old cabinet hinges that don't catch properly. I wanted to believe him, so I did, or tried to anyway. For the next few months, strange little things would happen. Items not where I'd left them, doors I'd closed found open, that kind of thing. But I rationalized each incident away. Old house, forgetfulness, stress from the move. Then I got pregnant. I was about 4 months along when things escalated. I was home alone one afternoon, resting on the couch with my feet up. Mike was at work, and the house was quiet except for the occasional car passing by outside. I was actually starting to doze off when I heard it. Heavy footsteps directly above me. Not light creaks or the house settling. These were deliberate, heavy stomp, stomp, stomp sounds, like someone wearing boots was pacing in the room upstairs. My blood ran cold. No one should be up there. I lay completely still, afraid to move, listening. The footsteps continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I held my breath, hoping it was over. It wasn't. The door to the upstairs bedroom, which I could see from where I was lying, slowly opened. Then came the sound of thundering footsteps running down the stairs. Not walking, running. Fast, heavy steps. I could hear each individual thud as whatever it was descended the staircase, but there was nothing visible, nothing at all. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped. I was paralyzed with fear, curled up on the couch, one hand protectively over my belly. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even think clearly. All I could do was stare at the empty space at the bottom of the stairs where the sound had stopped. After what felt like hours, but was probably just seconds, I managed to grab my phone and keys from the coffee table. I didn't even put on shoes, I just ran. I bolted out the front door, jumped in my car, and locked the doors. Sitting there in my car, I completely broke down. I was shaking so hard I couldn't even put the key in the ignition. All I could think about was when I was a kid and our house had been broken into twice. That same helpless feeling, that violation of safety. I sat in my car crying until Mike came home from work. He found me there, still shaking, and I told him everything. He checked the whole house but found nothing out of place. We stayed with his parents that night. I couldn't go back in. We ended up breaking our lease and moving in with his parents until we found a new place. Mike never fully believed me. He thought it was pregnancy hormones making me anxious or that I'd fallen asleep and had a vivid nightmare. But I know what I heard. I was wide awake. Fast forward 3 years, I'd had my baby, a healthy little boy, but things hadn't worked out with Mike. We split up when our son was about a year old. It was amicable enough and we co-parented well, but I was ready for a fresh start. I met Daniel at a friend's barbecue. He was kind, steady, good with my son. After dating for a year, we decided to move in together. We found a small ranch-style house, nothing fancy, but it had a nice yard for my son to play in and was in a good school district. Most importantly, it was new. Built in 2010, no history, no weird vibes, just a normal house in a normal suburb. For the first month, everything was perfect. The house felt clean, safe, normal. I could finally relax. Daniel worked as an IT specialist and had set up a smart home system with cameras and sensors. It made me feel secure after everything that had happened. Then, one weekend, we went to my storage unit to get the rest of my things. I'd been keeping some furniture and boxes of personal items there since my breakup with Mike. We loaded everything into a U-Haul and brought it to our new house. It was mostly childhood mementos, photo albums, and some furniture my grandmother had left me. Nothing that seemed significant or unusual. The very next morning, something strange happened. At exactly 8 a.m., the electricity in our bedroom cut out. Just our bedroom, nowhere else in the house. It lasted for exactly 30 seconds before coming back on. Daniel checked the breaker, found nothing wrong, and figured it was just a fluke. But the next day, same thing happened. 8 a.m. sharp, bedroom electricity off for 30 seconds, then back on. By the third day, we were both disturbed. Daniel called an electrician who checked everything and found absolutely nothing wrong with the wiring. The electrician suggested it might be a power surge from somewhere else in the neighborhood, but couldn't explain why it affected only our bedroom or why it happened at exactly the same time every day. After a week of this, a new phenomenon started. We had this old-fashioned kitchen timer. You know, the kind you manually turn to set? It sat on our kitchen counter, and neither of us had used it since moving in. One morning, right after the bedroom blackout, we heard it going off. The timer was ringing, but neither of us had set it. Daniel twisted it to stop the ringing, and we exchanged confused looks. The next day, same thing. 8 a.m., bedroom blackout, then the timer goes off. Every single day. But the thing that really sent chills down my spine was the record player. Daniel had this vintage record player in our living room. Each night before bed, we'd make sure it was closed and turned off. But 3 times in 1 week, we woke up to find it open, turned on, and spinning silently with no record on it. We started to get desperate. I bought sage and smudged the whole house, while Daniel, though skeptical, agreed to help. Nothing changed. We put salt across doorways and windowsills. Still nothing. Daniel even called his religious aunt who came over to pray in each room. The activity continued. One night, after the record player had opened itself again, I finally broke down and directly addressed whatever was in our house. I stood in the middle of the living room and said, "Please stop. You're scaring us. We respect that you're here, but please leave us alone." I felt ridiculous doing it, but I was at my wits' end. The next morning, the bedroom went dark at 8 a.m., the timer went off, and that night the record player was open again. Whatever this was, it wasn't listening. That's when I had a realization. The activity had started immediately after we brought my things from storage. What if something had followed me? What if something was attached to one of my possessions? I went through everything we'd brought from storage, trying to pinpoint what might be the cause. Nothing stood out until I came across a box of my childhood stuffed animals. I'd kept them for sentimental reasons, thinking my son might play with them someday. As I held my old teddy bear, the one my dad had given me right before he left us when I was 5, I suddenly remembered something. After my parents divorced, my mum and I moved several times. At each new place, weird things would happen, items moving, strange noises. My mum always blamed it on my overactive imagination, and we'd eventually move again. The stuffed animals had been with me through all of it, including during those break-ins when I was a kid. I'd clutched that teddy bear for comfort during the scariest moments of my childhood. On a hunch, I gathered all the stuffed animals and put them in a plastic bin. I took the bin outside to our garden shed and closed the door. I didn't tell Daniel what I was doing. I was embarrassed about how superstitious it seemed. The next morning I waited anxiously. 8 a.m. came and went, no blackout, no timer going off. That night, the record player remained closed and off. The day after, same thing, no activity whatsoever. The house felt lighter somehow. For 3 months now, there hasn't been a single incident. No blackouts, no timer, no record player turning itself on. Nothing. I haven't told Daniel my theory. I haven't brought the stuffed animals back in the house either. They're still in the shed, and that's where they'll stay. I don't know what was attached to them or why. Was it something from my childhood? Some entity that had latched onto me during those traumatic break-ins? Or something older? Something that had been with those toys before they even came to me? All I know is that something followed me from house to house, hiding in the comfort objects from my childhood. And to this day, when I'm home alone and hear an unexpected sound, I freeze, waiting to hear those heavy footsteps again.